Sister-in-law, want to give it a try? Gu Hongshuan's tone was light. Fu Huaishang looked at her, the same question in his eyes. Yunshu shook her head. You go ahead. I'll sit for a bit. She'd eaten too much. Her stomach sat heavy and uncomfortable. I'll warm up without you, then. Fu Huaishang took her hand and led her to the lounge area. Li Jun found what you asked for. I'll have him bring it over. Good. He turned and walked toward the shooting lanes to pick his weapon. Li Jun approached, a folder in hand. Miss Yun, take a look. She took it and started reading, her attention sharp. Your father's company has been bleeding money for 5 years straight. But it's not bad management. Li Jun tapped a data point on the page. There's a mole. Yunshu's gaze tracked to where he pointed. She caught the irregularity instantly. These 3 transactions cash poured in when the market was crashing, then a shell company scooped it all up the moment things turned around. No way that happens without someone on the inside. Textbook asset stripping. I ran down the shell company. The registered agent is just some guy. And his connection to that woman is... Li Jun stopped. He didn't need to finish. Exactly what she expected. Yunshu filed the information away and closed the mantel drawer. She shut the folder and looked up at Li Jun with a small smile. Got it. Thank you. Of course, Miss Yun. Happy to help. Serving the future lady of the house was an honor. Is there anything else you need? No. I'll handle the rest myself. Nothing beat doing things firsthand. Understood. Li Jun nodded and shot a quick glance toward Fu Huaishang down at the lanes. He turned back. Miss Yun, there's actually something I'd like to ask you. She raised an eyebrow. It's about the bodyguard. Would you consider putting in a good word with the boss? Li Jun hadn't planned on bringing it up, but thinking about what his brother was going through, he had no choice. The bodyguard. Yes. You remember the one assigned to protect you, and then. Li Jun laid it out. After that day, the boss went completely silent on him. He's a proud guy. I'm worried he'll do something rash. So that explained why she hadn't seen that bodyguard around. Yunshu thought for a moment. All right. I understand. Li Jun's face split into a grin. If she said she'd handle it, the bodyguard was as good as saved. Thank you, Miss Yun. Thank you. He stepped back. At the shooting lanes, the 3 men had already loaded. Each stood in position, ready to fire. Yunshu rose to watch. All 3 stood rock steady, pistols gripped one-handed. Posture flawless. Not a single tell. Even Gu Hongxian, usually so loose and casual, had gone completely serious. The guns in their hands were heavy recoil models. Most people couldn't hold one steady single-handed, let alone fire accurately. But they did. Veterans, every one of them. 3 sharp cracks bang, bang, bang and the monitor flashed the scores. Fu Huaishang and Shangfu Muse, perfect 10. Gu Hongxian, 9.5. He didn't take it well. You got to be kidding me. I drilled all day yesterday for this. 10 rings, every single time. And the second I'm standing next to you too, I drop half a ring. Shangfu Mu's mouth curved, a glint of amusement in his eyes. He took his time picking up a cloth, wiped his hands, then said flatly, You've been half a ring behind us since we were kids. Why act surprised now? Gu Hongshuan's temper flared. Since when? That's occasional. Occasional. He never admitted defeat. Not out loud. Fu Huaishang, silent until then, spoke. Next round. Gu Hongxian snapped his gun back into position. But over the next 10 shots, the pattern held. Always half a ring behind their perfect 10s. Frustration seeped deep into his bones. Break. I need a minute. Gu Hongxian retreated to the lounge, grabbed a juice, and dropped into a chair. Fu Huaishang and Shangfu Muse followed. Sister-in-law, you want a turn? Go Hongxian noticed her sitting alone and worried she might be bored. Yunshu, give it a try. Fu Huaishang settled beside her. Shangfu Muse brought over a set of ear protection. Sister-in-law, with this you don't have to worry about the noise. Yeah, come on. Have some fun. Get revenge for me. Those two won't dare compete with you. Go Hongxian shot her a sly wink. Fine. I'll stand in for Go Hongxian and see if I can hold my own against you both. Yunshu stood. Fu Huaishang took the earmuffs from Shangfu Muse and moved to place them on her, but she shook her head. No thanks. They're uncomfortable. To a mercenary, gunfire was music. What was there to fear? All right. No ear protection. He never argued with her. The three of them walked to the shooting stations. Go Hongxian hung back, ready for the show. Yunshu, let me show you how. Fu Huaishang swapped out his gun for a clean model. I know how. The words left her mouth before she could stop them. Fu Huaishang smiled and nodded, no questions asked. In his mind, if she said she could fly a plane, he wouldn't blink. He remembered the first time he saw her he'd sensed something bottled up inside this woman. A cold energy. He never doubted her. Not once. Shangfu Muse, though, was thrown. Wasn't Yunshu supposed to be the pampered heiress, raised by a stepmother? Had the stepmother skipped ballet lessons and gone straight to firearms training? Sister-in-law's a fast learner. I bet she picked it all up just watching my brilliant performance, right? Go Hongxian called from behind, grinning. Yunshu said nothing. She picked up the gun from the table and stepped into position. Fu Huaishang and Zhou Qimeng returned to their positions without a word. Yunshu raised her arm, locked her eyes on the pistol's front sight. Beside her, Zhou Qimeng looked like he was readying his own weapon, but he tracked her every move from the corner of his eye. He noted the straight line of her spine, the way the pistol and her arm formed one clean extension. The second she picked up the gun, she checked the sight alignment. That small detail made him curious about his future sister-in-law. Beep! The starting signal blasted through the speakers and cut off his train of thought. Without a flicker of hesitation, Yunshu straightened her arm, got her grip right, and squeezed the trigger. A sharp crack and the scent of gunpowder filled the space between them. Seconds later, the results flashed on the display screen ahead. Fu Huaishang glanced over. Yunshu's target showed a perfect bullseye. Pride lit up his handsome face. Sure, you're incredible. He gave her a thumbs up. But Yunshu wasn't satisfied. The moment the bullet left the barrel, she felt her arm lock. A clear sign her upper body strength wasn't there yet. For a game, it didn't matter. In real combat, that split-second rigidity would have gotten her killed. Sister-in-law, you got seriously lucky. First shot, dead center. Shangfu Muse was full of admiration. He honestly thought it was pure luck. Zhou Qimeng saw it differently. As a soldier, he knew a person's actions told you everything. Yunshu's steady composure, her shooting stance, the way her feet stayed planted after firing, none of it screamed beginner. She clearly had experience. Don't be an idiot. That wasn't luck, Zhou Qimeng said quietly, giving Yunshu a small nod of acknowledgement. Shangfu Muse opened his mouth to argue, but one look at Fu Huaishang's icy stare shut him up fast. He backtracked smoothly. Yeah, right. Our sister-in-law's got skills. Hey, why don't you three go head-to-head? Shangfu Muse said suddenly. Sister-in-law takes my spot. 500,000 in chips. If she loses, I pay. If she wins, I forfeit the winnings. Deal. He'd already run the numbers in his head. Fu Huaishang and Zhou Qimeng crushed him every time. Now he wanted to see if Huaishangji would dare beat his own wife. Fu Huaishang turned to Yunshu. Sure, you in. I can do it, she said with a nod. Zhou Qimeng had no objections either. Here's the rules, Shangfu Muse stepped forward. 10 shots each. Highest total score wins. But if there's a tie, the fastest shooter takes it. Go big or go home. Speed and accuracy, both on the line. Start, Shangfu Muse shouted. Yunshu raised her arm and pulled the trigger instantly. Bang, bang, bang. 10 shots rang out in rapid succession. Before Shangfu Muse could even glance at the display, Yunshu had already lowered her pistol. Right behind her, Fu Huaishang and Zhou Qimeng finished at the same moment. Sister-in-law, are you insane? How are you that fast? He deliberately sprung the start on them, and she still reacted faster than both of the others. The target scores lit up the screen. Everyone looked. Fu Huaishang, 100 points. Zhou Qimeng, 100 points. Yunshu, 100 points. All tied in score, but Yunshu crushed them on speed. Sister-in-law, now I actually believe it's not luck, Shangfu Muse said, his jaw hanging open at the numbers. Zhou Qimeng felt the same. For a moment, he thought that if Yunshu weren't Huaishang Ji's fiancée, he'd try to recruit her for his unit. She could become a crack shot. I guess luck was on my side too, Yunshu joked, but the hand hanging by her side was trembling slightly. Fu Huaishang walked over and took her hand. The gesture looked casual, but his big palm was already working her muscles, massaging her discreetly. She smiled at him. He was surprisingly perceptive. He caught her discomfort right away. Sister-in-law, I concede, Zhou Qimeng said, walking up with a check. Yunshu took it. Thank you. Hey, I'm broke for now, so Huaishang Ji is covering my share, Shangfu Muse said shamelessly. Fine. They played a few more rounds, but this time Yunshu sat out, just watching from the side. Li Jun brought her a hot towel. Miss Yun, the young master asked me to bring this for your hand. Thanks. She took the towel and pressed it against her palm. You were amazing back there. I've never seen a girl look so cool. The way she handled the pistol was genuinely breathtaking. I still need to work on it, she said, meaning her arm strength. Li Jun thought she meant her marksmanship needed improvement, and his respect for her only grew. On the drive back, Fu Huaishang kept massaging her hand. Yunshu watched his focused expression and felt something soften inside her chest. I'm fine now. Let me keep working it, or it'll swell tomorrow. He didn't stop. I can just trim my arms. It's fine. He lifted his head, his gaze deep and still, fixed on her. You don't have to. You're perfect the way you are. Becoming stronger wasn't easy. It took effort and sweat. And he couldn't stand to see her struggle. With that, Fu Huaishang picked up a black card from the seat beside him and handed it to her. The card looked simple, but it was one of only 100 limited edition black cards issued globally, held exclusively by the elite and the ultra-wealthy. Yunshu took it and glanced at it. This is a lot of money. Don't worry. Consider it part of my dowry. Dowry? Shouldn't the bride's family provide the dowry? Not this time. Fu Huaishang seemed to read her confusion. Consider this part of mine. For when I marry into your family. His eyes shimmered with an unusual light, like stars in a dark sky, pulling her in. Suddenly, the air in the car shifted. Yunshu felt something strange spreading between them, a warmth building, making her heartbeat quicken. We're here, sir, Li Jun's voice cut through. Yunshu snapped back to reality. She pulled her gaze away from Fu Huaishang's eyes, flustered. Well, I'm heading out. Yunshu's voice came out a little tight. Her fingers had barely brushed the door handle when Fu Huaishang leaned across the space between them, closing the distance in half a second. His lips touched hers barely there, quick as a spark. Li Jun saw the whole thing. He only glanced back on impulse. He didn't expect to catch that. His head whipped forward so fast he nearly gave himself whiplash, burying his face like a human ostrich. Fu Huaishang kept his voice low, meant only for her. Use a warm compress when you get back. Her heart slammed harder. She nodded, pulled herself together, and stepped out of the car. Back in her room, it took forever for her pulse to level out. The next morning, sunlight cut through the curtains. Shen Wangzhong was up early. He stood at the window, staring at the view, but his mind kept gnawing at the same loop. He paced his study, replaying the signing details over and over. This deal was everything. He flipped the pros and cons a dozen times, still unable to commit. Outside the door, Yangzhu hovered. 1,000 arguments raced through her head. She wanted to push him to sign, but if she pushed too hard, he'd get suspicious. The minutes dragged, and her anxiety spiked. Half an hour later, Shen Wangzhong stepped out of the study in a short suit, briefcase in hand. President Shen, I was just coming to get you. Calm down and eat something. Yangzhu smiled at him, bright and easy. The man was dressed for a signing, no question. The weight on her chest evaporated. Shen Wangzhong waved her off. No time. I've got a meeting with the client. Yangzhu let a flicker of concern cross her face. Then take care of yourself. Don't push too hard. She walked him down the stairs. In the dining room, Yunshu caught the shape of him leaving. She finished her food fast, headed upstairs, grabbed her tablet and phone, and slipped out right behind him. Upstairs, Yangzhu was on the phone with Gu Hongxian and never noticed. The downtown cafe was all soft music and polished elegance. Yunshu and Sun Haochen sat in a booth tucked behind a pillar hidden, but with a perfect sight line. Not far off, Shen Wangzhong and Gu Hongxian were at a table, thumbing through the contract. Their faces and gestures said Shen Wangzhong was about to put pen to paper. Yunshu lifted her cup and took a measured sip. Without any rush, she said, when Shen Wangzhong signs, you'll head the account. Sun Haochen's brain short-circuited, a stampede of chaos roaring through his head. He blinked at her, utterly lost. Wait, master, you called me here to sabotage your own father. His eyes went wide, pure disbelief. That morning, she told him she wanted to teach him something. He'd been buzzing with excitement, ditched his plan to sleep in, and waited on her call like a kid before a field trip. Now he realized the lesson was how to wreck a signing and the target was his master's father. This was insane. Sun Haochen felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Can't do it. Yunshu's expression stayed completely flat as she gave him a sideways glance. No, master. Sun Haochen waved both hands frantically. It's just isn't this kind of wrong. He couldn't wrap his head around why she'd want this. That's your father. You're deliberately blowing up his deal. Is there some bad blood here? Yunshu didn't answer. She fixed her eyes on Shen Wangzhong ahead and said, voice even, get ready. Sun Haochen let out a helpless breath and cursed under his breath. A master's word was law. Even though his brain was screaming objections, she'd given the order. He had to follow. He cracked open his laptop and, with a few practiced moves, slipped into the target machine without a sound. On his screen, he watched Shen Wangzhong's cursor crawl, step by step, toward final confirmation. Sun Haochen tensed, ready to strike. But second after second ticked by, and Shen Wangzhong never clicked. Master, is your father backing out? Sun Haochen pointed at the motionless cursor. Yunshu said nothing, her eyes locked on the scene in front of them. Gu Hongxian tracked the hesitation and felt a knot of impatience twist in his chest. He smoothed his expression to something casual. President Shen, what's the hold-up? Shen Wangzhong surfaced from his thoughts. He coughed lightly and gave a thin, awkward smile. Nothing, just want to go over the fine print one more time. Gu Hongxian cursed silently but kept the smile on. Of course, President Shen. Take your time. But I should remind you today's the deadline. If you don't sign, this order is no longer yours. Think carefully. The threat wasn't blunt, but it landed. Shen Wangzhong's brow pulled tight. But the memory of that message from the hacker the day before made him stall all over again. Mao Lu, sitting nearby, read Shen Wangzhong's face and knew exactly what was running through his mind. After a quick internal debate, Mao Lu lifted his coffee cup, angling it like he was about to take a sip. Then, right before it reached his mouth, he tipped it toward Shen Wangzhong's laptop. "Oh! President Shen, I am so sorry." Mao Lu shot up, frantic, grabbing napkins and wiping uselessly at the spill. Shen Wangzhong flinched and lunged for the laptop, but it was too late. The coffee had already soaked the keyboard and screen. Electronics don't forgive liquid. The screen died to black, useless. Gu Hongxian slammed out of his seat. "Are you screwing with me?" "No, President Gu, it was an accident, I swear." "Please, don't be angry." Mao Lu's voice pitched high with panic. Gu Hongshuan's hand hit the table hard. "Shen Wangzhong, I'm telling you now, this order is not yours. Don't bother begging. It's done." Shen Wangzhong stood, mouth opening to speak, but Gu Hongxian had already turned and was walking out the door. Yunshu stood, ready to go feed Gu Hongxian some fake apology, but Fu Huaishan stopped her. "Don't bother. He already knows we're not signing." "I'm sorry, Mr. Fu. That was my decision. Forget it. I backed up the files yesterday. If you want to go another direction, I'll handle Gu." Li Jun thumped his chest, already mentally preparing to beg on his knees if it came to that. Fu Huaishan waved a hand. His whole expression had lightened. "That won't be necessary. I had my doubts about that hacker's warning before, but now it's crystal clear. This contract matters, sure. But terms this generous. That's not normal. The Fu Group is a single ship in rough waters right now. Better cautious than sunk." He lifted his tea and took a slow sip. "If I'm overthinking this, then I guess luck just wasn't on our side." "Mr. Fu, don't say that." There had to be other. Li Jun's reassurance died in his throat at the sound of a familiar voice behind him. Not a complete idiot after all. Both men spun around. Yunshu stood there, arms crossed, utterly at ease. Behind her stood a boy who looked like a college student. Miss Yun. Xinyu." She and Li Jun spoke at the same time. Yunshu dropped into a chair without ceremony. Xiaobai looked faintly uncomfortable. He come within a hair's breadth of playing the villain himself. "Yunshu, what exactly did you mean by that?" Fu Huaishan let everything else fall away. He had to know. "Xiaobai. Show them. On it, Ms. Yun." Xiaobai turned his laptop toward the two men. Gu Hongshuan's financials filled the screen. Fu Huaishan's brain snapped on the way Xiaobai addressed her, but then the data on that screen grabbed him by the throat. "Wait. That can't be right. His losses are massive. The numbers we pulled looked completely different." Li Jun was the first to speak. He had run his own check on Gu Hongshuan's company, and the two reports couldn't have been less alike. Fu Huaishan stayed silent, his gaze heavy on Yunshu. The same question burned behind his eyes. "What you saw was exactly what they wanted you to see." Her voice stayed calm, unhurried. "What they didn't want you to see. You never had a prayer of finding it." The words hit Fu Huaishan like ice water poured straight into his skull. If he had signed that contract, the Fu Group would be finished. His voice came out tight. "Yunshu, you knew Gu Hongxian was dirty. 3 days ago." 3 days. "Hold on, Miss Yun, you're the hacker." Li Jun nearly shrieked the words. It finally landed on Fu Huaishan. The thought that had been interrupted earlier. So it was his own daughter who had wandered through his company's files at will. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Pride in her skills, or embarrassment at his network security. Maybe both. "With security like yours, calling me a hacker is generous." Yunshu's remark made both Fu Huaishan and Li Jun wince. After all, a dozen of their tech people hadn't managed to stop her. "Ah. Miss Yun really is something else," Li Jun muttered, thoroughly humbled. "Yunshu, if you already knew Ji's real situation, Why did you tell me to postpone the meeting? Signing that contract would have destroyed us. That was the question eating a hole in Fu Huaishang's mind. Yunshu flicked a glance at Xiaobai. His fingers worked the keyboard, and within seconds a fresh set of charts appeared on screen. Fu Huaishang and Li Jun leaned in, studying them. In that single moment, they were completely convinced. Let's go, Xiaobai. Yunshu rose and headed for the door. Right behind you. Xiaobai snapped the laptop shut. Good seeing you, Mr. Fu. He jogged after her. Mr. Fu. I had no idea your daughter could do all that. Makes my college degree feel like a participation trophy. Li Jun had just learned what "there's always someone better" truly meant. Fu Huaishang said nothing. He simply stared at the retreating figure, like he was seeing his daughter for the very first time. Imperial View Garden. Deep in the lush garden greenery, Zhou Yiyan and Shangfu Muse were deep in conversation. San Haochen approached, a folder in hand. Boss. This just came in. He handed the file to Shangfu Muse. Shangfu Muse opened it, scanned for a few seconds, and the code in his eyes crystallized. Muse. What is it? Zhou Yiyan caught the shift instantly. Shangfu Muse passed him the file. A bit later, Zhou Yiyan's expression hardened to match. I can't believe it's him. Real puzzle edged his voice. Boss, Mr. Zhou, those three were all Luo Junchen's doing. They used to be his men, not his enemies. I dug into his time in the capital. He knew Miss Yung. Luo Junchen attended Windsor Academy. San Haochen paused. He bullied her back then. On the surface, everything had looked unrelated. But the threads now twisted together into something ugly. When San Haochen finished, the garden fell silent. Even the air seemed to change direction. Luo Junchen, eldest son of the Luo group, sent abroad years ago for his volatile temper. Officially for further study, but everyone knew the old man had exiled him. Rumor said he'd killed his own younger brother. The Luo family couldn't stomach him anymore. But after all those years overseas, he had stretched a hand back across the ocean and somehow knotted himself to Yunshu. Watch him. Shangfu Muse's dark eyes fixed on the distance, currents churning deep beneath the surface. Full residence. Yunshu was mid-workout in her room when a knock came. She stopped and pulled the door open. Fu Huaishang stood there holding a paper bag of pastries. The same old brand treats her mother used to buy her. Yunshu, I picked this up for you on the way home. His voice was small. Like he was braced for her to refuse. He said on the way, but Yunshu knew that bakery was way out on the city's edge. 2 hours round trip, minimum. So the deadbeat father actually had a conscience somewhere in there. Too bad the original Yunshu wasn't around to see it. She took the bag. Her face stayed blank. Just as she moved to close the door, Fu Huaishang spoke again. I know you didn't do what you did today for me. You did it to keep the company your mother built from ending up in someone else's hands. Don't worry. I won't let that happen either. She finally gave him a sound. Okay. You get back to whatever you were doing. He reached out and pulled the door shut for her. Just then, Su Nianchen stepped out of his room and spotted Su Mingyuan. He rushed over, plastering on his most eager grin. Dad, I'm a little short this month. Think you could spot me some more allowance? He held out his hand, trying his best to look pitiful. Su Mingyuan's brow furrowed. Out of money again? I just gave you your allowance at the start of the month. What's today's date? The kid burned through cash like it was kindling. No self-control whatsoever. It drove him insane. He gave him a set allowance every month without fail, and Li Man always slipped him extra on the side. And still, it wasn't nearly enough. Su Mingyuan felt his blood pressure spike. Su Nianchen completely missed the warning signs. He just grinned wider and kept pushing. Come on, Dad, a little more won't hurt. Once I make it big, I'll pay you back 10 times over. Just thinking about his master plan, Su Nianchen swelled with confidence. He could practically see stacks of money waving him over. Su Mingyuan's skepticism was written all over his face. You make money? Su Nianchen thumped his chest. Trust me. That day is coming. But Su Mingyuan had zero intention of handing over a single cent today. No cash, he said flatly without even glancing back, then turned and strode off, leaving Su Nianchen frozen in place. Staring at his father's back, Su Nianchen made a silent vow. One day, Su Mingyuan would look at him differently. He would prove he had what it took to earn his own fortune. By the time Li Man finally rushed home after dinner, it was already late. She'd been on edge ever since Su Mingyuan refused to sign the contract, the anxiety gnawing at her non-stop. So she'd gone straight to see Wang Shanggang. The two of them met and hashed out their next move in detail. Before they knew it, hours had slipped by. When Li Man finally stepped into the bedroom, she was caught off guard. Su Mingyuan was already sitting up in bed, watching the news. Her chest tightened. She smoothed her expression instantly and kept her voice light. Yuangu, you're turning in early tonight. Usually, Su Mingyuan stayed holed up in his study for ages before coming to bed. Su Mingyuan didn't look at her. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Li Man hurried over. Let me give you a massage. It'll help you relax. She reached for his shoulders. Su Mingyuan pulled away. No need. I just want to sleep. He set his tablet aside, eased himself down, and closed his eyes. Li Man's hand hung awkwardly in the air for a beat. Okay. You sleep. I'll go shower. She turned and walked into the bathroom. Once inside, she cranked the shower on, letting the water blast. But instead of stepping in like she normally would, she stayed well back, phone in hand, fingers flying as she fired off messages. Monday. The weather was perfect, all sun and clear skies. Su Xinyue had barely walked into the classroom when she heard the buzz. She slid into her seat, and Gao Feng immediately leaned in, grinning like he'd won something. Boss, did you hear? We're getting a new classmate. Su Xinyue shot him a look of pure disgust and said nothing. A new classmate. Was that supposed to be exciting? I heard it's Shangfu Muyong. From Qing'an Academy, Gao Feng added, clearly talking to himself at this point. Shangfu Muyong. They'd met before. That was it. Su Xinyue couldn't care less. Seeing zero reaction, Gao Feng pressed on. Boss, seriously, what's the deal? Why would someone transfer out of the top academy to come here? And specifically to our class? Su Xinyue pulled her textbook from her bag, utterly unconcerned. Who cares? Eat when it's time to eat. Go to class when it's time to go to class. Gao Feng figured she had a point and dropped it. He started organizing his desk, planning to sleep straight through the lesson. The bell rang a moment later. Their homeroom teacher, Zhang Xiying, walked in. Right behind her was Shangfu Muyong. The second Shangfu Muyong paused at the classroom door, everyone realized the rumors about her transfer hadn't been hot air after all. Zhang Xiying stood at the podium, cleared her throat, and smiled at the class. Everyone, we have a new classmate joining us today. Shangfu Muyong. Let's give her a warm welcome. The applause that followed was thin at best. Every face in the room looked stiff. Shangfu Muyong smiled and walked gracefully up to the podium. Hi, everyone. I'm Shangfu Muyong. I'm really happy to be in this class, and I hope we can all be good friends. But after she introduced herself, an awkward silence settled over the room. No one clapped. Zhang Xiying jumped in fast. Shangfu, why don't you take that seat up front? She pointed to an empty desk near the front of the room. Shangfu Muyong glanced at it, then shook her head. Teacher, would it be okay if I sat there instead? She pointed to the seat directly in front of Su Xinyue. Every head turned to follow her finger. The students' expressions shifted, growing even more loaded. Whispers started spreading. She's going after Su Xinyue, right? A girl murmured. Another girl chimed in. Has to be. Why else would she pick that exact seat? A boy behind them leaned forward. Whatever her angle is, I'm protecting our class hero. True. You can already tell she's got layers. Transferring from the top academy straight into our class. She's obviously trying to stir something up. Exactly. Plenty of rich girls pull this move. She's no different. I heard something. It seems like Shangfu Muyun has a thing for big shot Fu. And now with Su Xinyue and. The girl let the sentence hang, but everyone instantly caught the meaning. Alright. Go ahead and take your seat, Zhang Xiyin said. Shangfu Muyun walked toward Su Xinyue's desk. Su Xinyue spun a pen in her right hand, her gaze drifting over the new girl. Her clear eyes held zero emotion, like she'd never seen her before in her life. Shangfu Muyun, by contrast, looked eager and expectant. That one expression alone lit up everyone's gossip radar. Once Shangfu Muyun sat down, she pulled out her textbook and started listening with perfect attention. The dramatic showdown everyone had imagined never came. It almost looked like she really was just there to study. The final bell hadn't even stopped ringing before the professor was out the door. Muyun spun around in her seat, practically vibrating with a grin. Yunshu. Hey! Every head in the room snapped toward them like magnets. A couple of students who were halfway to the bathroom froze mid-step. They could smell it. Something was about to go down, and no one wanted to miss it. Muyun didn't seem to notice the audience. Her eyes locked on Yunshu. Do you remember me? From Master Fu's birthday banquet. We played piano together on stage. She actually started pantomiming the whole scene. And then you pissed me off so bad I stormed off crying. Remember? Muffled gasps. Then, a ripple of whispers. See? Told you something was up. Oh, I am so here for this. Shut up, I can't hear her. Yunshu remembered. She remembered everything. What she didn't understand was why Muyun was digging it all up right now. She kept her voice flat. I remember. Muyun exhaled like she'd been holding her breath for a century. Relief flickered across her face. So, will you teach me? I mean it. I really, seriously want to learn from you. She stared at Yunshu, hands clenched tight, bracing for rejection. The words landed like a grenade. Wait, what? She wants to be her student. Someone blurted. Go Hongxian already calls her master. What the hell is she teaching people? And now Muyun too. Does Yunshu have some kind of secret superpower? Yunshu blinked, genuinely thrown. Muyun looked desperate now. She stood up, her voice tripping over itself. The piano. That day, the way you played, even the professor from Vienna couldn't pull off what you did. I want you to teach me how. Yunshu went still. That day on stage. A one-in-a-million fluke. She'd never imagined someone would track her down and beg to be her student because of it. Muyun read the silence as a no, and her anxiety spiked. She was terrified of getting shot down. I'll pay whatever you want. You pick the schedule. Just please say yes, okay? For all her rich girl, entitled attitude, Muyun was a genuine piano fanatic. The real deal. As a kid, she'd flown abroad alone just to train. And Yunshu's performance that day had wrecked her. At first, it stung. Then it lit something inside her she couldn't shake. She needed to learn. So she begged her family to let her switch schools. Now the whole room understood. But it didn't make the shock any softer. Oh, piano lessons. But wait, isn't Muyun already crazy good? She's won a ton of awards for Chinan. Exactly. Which means, Yunshu's actually better than her. We've been in the same class for a year. How did we miss this? A guy slapped his chest in mock agony. Yoon-shu shook her head. I don't really know how to teach piano. I was just having a good day. If Moo-yoon found out she only won because of finger speed she'd be fighting for her life. This fragile little socialite might actually faint. Not exactly a teachable skill. Moo-yoon wasn't buying it. Her expression twisted. You're still mad at me, aren't you? Because I had a thing for Shin Yoo-ji. Yoon-shu's eye twitched. Don't worry, I'm completely over him. Just teach me piano. Please. A vein pulsed in Yoon-shu's temple. She felt like she'd been sideswiped by a freight truck. How the hell did that man's name end up in this conversation? Moo-yoon. I really can't teach you. I'm sorry. She'd already told the truth. There was nothing else to add. But Moo-yoon wasn't letting up. Yoon-shu, just teach me. Please. I'll do anything. That was when the guy who'd been face-planted on his desk all period finally lifted his head. Go Hongxian blinked, groggy and annoyed, and aimed his irritation straight at Moo-yoon. Hey! Classmate. If you're gonna beg someone to teach you, at least show a little respect. Hounding her like that. It's just annoying. Moo-yoon's face flamed red. She hadn't expected that. She shot a flustered glance at Yoon-shu, stammered a quick sorry, and fled the room. As soon as she was gone, Go Hongxian swiveled toward Yoon-shu, curiosity lighting up his tired eyes. Master! You play piano too? Yoon-shu ignored him. He didn't catch the hint. Can I hear you play sometime? My ears need a serious cleanse from all the noise around here. She shot him a death glare. Get the first security layer on the site done. I'm checking it next week. He snapped upright like a soldier called to attention. Mission guaranteed. In the bathroom, Moo-yoon was tucked inside the last stall, furiously wiping her eyes. She felt pathetic. Then again, even legends got rejected when they begged for a master. That thought made her feel a tiny bit better. She was the type to shake things off fast. She was just about to step out when she heard her name. Hey, Hong Duo. Is Yoon-shu really dating young Master Fu? Two girls from class 1 had walked in with Hong Duo, and they were clearly deep in gossip mode. I don't know. Duo's voice was flat. Like she wanted no part of this conversation. Another girl jumped in, her tone sharper, more knowing. Honestly, I don't think it's dating. More like mutual convenience. Special tastes. Come on. Yoon-shu's gotten a little hotter, sure, but she's no knockout, the girl said, her face pinched with contempt. I refuse to believe Master Fu's taste is that bad. No, I meant a special kind of fetish. Gross. The two girls exchanged a look and mummed gagging. Jo Chimeng didn't care about the topic. Her mind was completely wrapped up in Su Zongyuan, so she stayed quiet. Just as the others were about to pile on, the farthest stall door banged open and Moo-yoon stepped out. Whoa, it's Miss Moo, one girl said, surprise flickering across her face. Yeah. I saw her on TV. I heard she transferred to class 6. I didn't think it was real. The other chimed in, her eyes lighting up. Moo-yoon's face was anything but friendly. She ignored them, walked to the sink, turned on the faucet, and started washing her hands. Jo Chimeng, silent until now, suddenly plastered on a sweet smile and stepped closer. Hello, Miss Moo. I'm Jo Chimeng. I absolutely love your piano playing. I've been to your concerts. The Shangfu family was one of the top 10 in the capital. Deep connections, real power. Moo-yoon was their youngest daughter. If Jo Chimeng could get on her good side, it would smooth the road for whatever she wanted to do later. All three girls realized that at the same time, and they quickly crowded around. Right, Miss Moo. I'm a huge fan of your piano playing. The girl behind Jo Chimeng said, her eyes full of admiration. Me too. Me too. The chatterbox from before hurried to add, not wanting to be left behind. Moo-yoon finished washing her hands. A few drops still clung to her skin. She flicked her fingers, sending water flying in every direction like scattered petals. Unfortunately, the three girls were right in the line of fire. They got sprayed. But this was Moo Young. Not one of them dared complain. Moo Young turned around, a sly smile playing at the corner of her mouth. I thought I overheard you talking about Young-shu just now. Did I get that right? Mistaking her tone for approval, the three nodded eagerly. Yes, Miss Moo. You don't understand, Young-shu is a total waste at this school. She's only known because she latched onto Master Fu. Otherwise, nobody would even know her name. Zhou Qimeng, unlike the other two, held onto her delicate, wrong image. She hated Young-shu just as much, but she didn't jump in. Instead, she stood off to the side, watching. And she's a total bully at home. She's always picking on Qimeng, right, Qimeng? One of the girls tugged Zhou Qimeng forward, as if to give Moo Young a better look at the suffering. Zhou Qimeng's face flickered with embarrassment. She gave a tiny shake of her head, her voice dripping with self-pity. Oh, you don't have to say everything out loud. My sister doesn't really do much to me, only sometimes when she's in a bad mood. Miss Moo, last month Young-shu actually broke Qimeng's arm. Tell me, isn't that cruel? Another girl added, accusation thick in her voice. They took turns, doing their best to paint Young-shu as a monster. Moo Young didn't know Young-shu well enough to judge how true their words were. But Zhou Qimeng's expression was unmistakable. Growing up in high society, she'd seen this brand of fake innocence plenty of times. She even knew players who were way more skilled at it. She saw straight through Zhou Qimeng's act. Moo Yan's face hardened. Her beautiful eyes locked onto all three of them, her expression so serious it was intimidating. Her mouth curved into a mocking smirk, and she didn't hold back. The only reason you're bad-mouthing Young-shu is because Master Fu called her his fiancé himself. Her words sliced through them like a blade, draining the color from their faces. She didn't stop. And you? You're just a bunch of sour grapes. As if Master Fu would ever look twice at any of you. That's a pipe dream. Then her gaze shifted to Zhou Qimeng, and she pointed a finger at her. And you? Calling you a two-faced schemer would be an insult to two-faced schemers. You don't even have the skills. Zhou Qimeng's face flushed crimson. She opened her mouth to fire back, but no words came out. Moo Young swept her icy stare over all three of them. Listen up. If I ever hear you say one more bad word about Young-shu, I will not go easy on you. She punched the air for emphasis, then walked out of the restroom with her head high, leaving the three fuming and stomping their feet. The person she wanted as her teacher wasn't going to be disrespected by those brats. If they tried again, she'd make them cry. By the time Moo Young returned to the classroom, her expression was back to normal. She saw Young-shu still smiling, though not clinging to her the way she had before. She told herself every apprenticeship had its setbacks. No big deal. As long as she stayed persistent, she would definitely win her over. Lunchtime. Gu Hongxian and Young-shu went to the cafeteria as usual. Young-shu found a seat while Gu Hongxian went to get their food. Moo Young walked into the cafeteria. She spotted Young-shu sitting alone and made her way over. She dropped into a seat one spot over from Young-shu and started eating without a word. When Li Jun got back with his tray, he spotted Moo Young immediately. He flicked a look at Young-shu, but she barely glanced that way. Nothing. No reaction at all. All through lunch, students kept drifting over to Moo Yan's table. Guys, girls, didn't matter. They all wanted her attention. She ignored every single one of them. At the Shen residence, Shen Wangzhong hadn't gone into work. He'd been up since dawn, dragging Zhou Qimeng into helping him pick out an outfit. He tried on one thing after another and hated every single option. Zhou Qimeng watched him pace in front of the mirror, completely lost. The man barely cared about clothes. So what made today different? She asked him more than once. Every time, Shan Wangzhong just smiled and brushed her off. When he finally left, Zhou Qinmen had someone tail his car. She watched him pull up to a hotel downtown. Before he walked inside, he actually stopped to adjust his jacket. The hotel manager met him with a polished smile and led him straight to the private dining room where Master Fu was waiting. Master Fu had called Shen Wangzhong personally that morning. He wanted to discuss Yunshu's marriage to Fu Huaishang. Shen Wangzhong had been over the moon. He figured it was all rumors, but if Master Fu himself was calling a meeting, then it was real. As for why he hadn't told Zhou Qinmen anything, the woman had been acting strange lately, and it put him on edge. So when she pushed, he kept his mouth shut. Inside the private room, Master Fu had arrived early and was already drinking tea. When Shen Wangzhong opened the door, the old man's presence hit him like a physical force. Even sitting still, the man commanded the room like a general leading troops into battle. Shen Wangzhong's nerves tightened fast. "Oh, you're here." Master Fu rose with an easy smile. He genuinely liked Yunshu, and that goodwill extended straight to her father. Shen Wangzhong's face was full of apology. "I'm so sorry, Master Fu. Keeping you waiting like this. I can't apologize enough." Master Fu stepped closer and clapped a broad hand on his shoulder. "Nonsense. Old habits, that's all. I wake early. Come, sit." He gestured toward a chair. Then he stepped aside while his butler set up a seat for him. "Tea first. The young ones will be here soon." As he spoke, Su Zongyuan poured tea for both men. They eased into light small talk. Zhou Qinmen had followed Shen Wangzhong all the way to the corridor outside the private room. She wanted to get closer and listen in, but the two men in black suits standing guard at the door made her think twice. She decided to wait in the lobby and see who walked out with him. She barely sat down when she spotted Fu Huaishang stepping into the hotel, Yunshu's hand in his. They headed straight for that private room. Zhou Qinmen's blood boiled. So Shen Wangzhong had been sneaking around behind her back, meeting the Fu family in secret. Her other daughter was his daughter too. Why didn't he ever pay her that kind of attention? Her other daughter had been missing for days, and the old man couldn't be bothered to lift a finger. Talk about picking favorites. Zhou Qinmen sat there alone, sitting. Inside the private room, the mood was warm and easy. From the moment Fu Huaishang and Yunshu walked through the door, the smile never left Master Fu's face. When they called out Grandpa together, the old man's joy spilled over. "Hello, Uncle Shen." Fu Huaishang's voice was cool and controlled, same as always. At the greeting, Shen Wangzhong shot to his feet, his expression caught somewhere between flattery and shock. "Hello, Master Fu." He knew full well the man standing in front of him was someone he'd never even dreamed of dealing with before. Now Fu Huaishang was choosing to address him directly. It knocked him off balance. He knew it was almost certainly because of Yunshu, but that didn't dim his excitement one bit. Master Fu spoke first. "Mr. Shen, Huaishang lost his parents young. I raised him myself. So I'm here today in their place. I hope that sits well with you." Shen Wangzhong quickly waved both hands. "You're far too kind, Master Fu. Your presence here is more than enough." So Fu Huaishang's parents had died early. His grandfather had raised him. Hearing this, Yunshu gently squeezed his hand. Fu Huaishang shot her a reassuring look. "These two care for each other," Master Fu went on, "and this rascal has already announced to the world that Yunshu is his fiancée. So I wanted to sit down with you today and talk about their future properly. At the end of the day, we all want the children to be happy. Isn't that right?" Shen Wangzhong's heart hammered. He rushed to agree. "Yes, absolutely. You thought of everything, Master Fu." Just then, Su Zongyuan stepped forward and handed a check to Shen Wangzhong. Shen Wangzhong took it. His eyes landed on the number, and a thin sweat broke across his forehead. 10 billion. A small token from me. An engagement gift. Master Fu's voice stayed gentle. Shen Wangsheng stared at the staggering line of zeros, barely able to process it. He knew the Fu family was rich, but he had no idea they were this rich. It was crystal clear the Fu family valued Yunshu far beyond anything he'd imagined. With a family this powerful behind her, Yunshu would never have to struggle after marriage. The thought eased some of the tightness in his chest. He pulled in a deep breath to steady himself, then turned and handed the check to Yunshu. This is from your grandfather. You should keep it. Yunshu looked at the 10 billion yuan check in front of her. She didn't pause. She took it without hesitation and smiled at Master Fu. Thank you, Grandpa. Seeing her accept it so directly, the old man's lips curled up. He shot an approving glance at Shen Wangsheng. He'd done his homework on the Shen family. He knew how neglected Yunshu had been by her father over the years. But what the man had just done showed there was still something there worth saving. Don't mention it. As long as you and Huaishang are happy, that's all Grandpa needs. Master Fu's smile stretched nearly ear to ear. Then he added with a slight gleam in his eye, and when you two get married, I have another big gift waiting for you. Yunshu didn't hesitate for a second. Perfect. She answered without a trace of pretense, without a shred of hesitation. Who doesn't like money? If someone wanted to hand it over, Yunshu was perfectly happy to take it. Not a single second thought. Beside her, Shan Yishuang heard that easy yes and immediately tensed. He was terrified Master Fu would write her off as some gold digger. In his experience, most girls at least faked a little modesty at moments like this. But Yunshu genuinely loved money. And Master Fu loved that she didn't pretend otherwise. He laughed, loud and warm. Good girl. I like that you're straightforward, huh? She tucked the check away, and just like that, the engagement ceremony wrapped. Master Fu had planned an enormous banquet, but Yunshu said no. Too much hassle. Fu Huaishang spoiled her. If she didn't want it, it didn't happen. On the drive back, he handed her a thick folder. Curious, she flipped it open. The first thing she saw was bold oversized text, betrothal gift list. She shot a suspicious look at the man beside her and started flipping. Page 1, page 2. She gave up halfway through. It was a full inventory of Fu Huaishang's personal assets. Cash, properties, stocks, funds, so many categories her head spun. She closed the folder. So, my fiancé, are you satisfied with this betrothal gift? Fu Huaishang's lips curved, his eyes dark with promise. Not bad. Then I wonder when my fiancé is planning to give me a proper title. Yunshu stared at him. Here was a man who had laid his entire fortune bare before her, and they weren't even married yet. Weren't all those relationship quotes always saying that if a man truly loved you, he'd give you everything? Fu Huaishang had done exactly that. If she didn't give something back, wouldn't that make her ungrateful? Give him a title. Fine. If she was going to do it, she'd go all out. An idea sparked. She turned to Li Jun in the front seat. Li Jun, take us to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The second the words left her mouth, tires shrieked against asphalt. The car lurched to a dead stop. Li Jun's head whipped around, jaw hanging open. Had he heard that right? She just said she wanted to go home. How the hell was it the Civil Affairs Bureau now? The sudden stop threw Yunshu forward. In an instant, a strong arm wrapped around her and pulled her tight against the solid chest. Did you mean that? Fu Huaishang's voice was low, almost unsteady. His eyes churned with something raw hope, disbelief, a nervous thrill she'd never seen in him before. Yunshu's lips curved into a sly smile. You handed me that betrothal gift list. How could I possibly say no? Before she finished, hot breath swept over her skin. Fu Huaishang's lips brushed hers so light it barely registered, and then his tongue slid past her teeth, taking her mouth in a deep, possessive kiss. Boss, are we actually going to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Li Jun started to turn around for confirmation. A pack of tissues shot like a meteor and smacked him square in the mouth. Now. Right now. Fu Huaishang's voice was thick with urgency and irritation. Li Jun hurriedly told the driver to floor it. They shot toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. Once inside, the staff processed everything at record speed. No line, no fuss. Within 10 minutes, 2 vivid red marriage certificates rested in Yunshu's and Fu Huaishang's hands. Yunshu stared at the little red booklet in her palm. A strange feeling swelled inside her chest. She'd never imagined that after transmigrating, she'd end up married this fast. A first in both of her lives. Fu Huaishang carefully tucked his certificate into the inner pocket of his suit jacket right over his heart. He didn't fully believe it until the booklet pressed against his chest. Then he knew. This was real. Not a dream. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, madam. Li Jun and the bodyguards spoke in unison, their voices echoing through the hall. Fu Huaishang extended his broad, warm hand. He gazed at Yunshu, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Wife, let's go home. He lingered on the word home. Yunshu smiled softly and slipped her small hand into his. Their eyes met, and a shared smile bloomed between them. Sure, my sweet husband. The unexpected nickname made everyone around them freeze for a beat. Fu Huaishang didn't mind one bit. His smile only grew brighter. They were legally married now, husband and wife. Yunshu had never been one to cling to tradition. If he sat home, she'd go home with him. Back at the Su residence, Shan Yishuang had already arrived. He was waiting to talk wedding arrangements with Yunshu. He had no idea that at this very moment, Yunshu had already moved into Royal Garden Estate as Fu Huaishang's lawful wife. The European-style estate looked like a miniature palace, radiating understated elegance. Every building set in perfect proportion, every detail refined and exquisite. Crimson roses blazed like wildfire along the gardens, splashing vivid color against the green. A man-made lake gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the sky and the landscape. White swans glided across its surface, stretching their necks now and then or dipping their heads into the water. In the flower beds before the main building, blooms of every shade competed for attention, weaving a brilliant tapestry of color. At the center, a massive fountain shot water high into the air, droplets catching the sunlight. When the angle hit just right, a faint rainbow flickered through the mist. We're home. The man's deep voice was soft, indulgent, and utterly content. More than 30 maids and a full detail of bodyguards stood in crisp, silent rows outside the main residence. The head servant had assembled every one of them to greet their new mistress. The moment Fu Huaishang and Zhou Qimeng rounded the drive, the voices hit in perfect unison. Welcome home, young Master Fu and Madam. Fu Huaishang led her inside, and something in his expression shifted, softened, the hard edges fading as his gaze settled on her. Qimeng, this is our home now. Home. The word landed strangely. In her previous life, she'd owned plenty of high-end properties. But they'd never been more than places to crash. None of them ever felt like home. And back at the Zhou residence, that room had never really been hers, either. Now, with their marriage certificate official, maybe this place would be different. Maybe it could actually be her home. The thought took her by surprise. Maybe getting married wasn't such a bad thing after all. Fu Huaishang kept her hand in his as he guided her through the main house, pointing out details without any rush. The interior was all black and gray. Luxurious. Modern. Every detail reflected his taste. Some pieces seemed unremarkable on their own, but together they elevated the whole space without a hint of pretension. A lot of people would call the palette too dark. Zhou Qimeng liked it. The minimalist sophistication suited her. They climbed to the second floor and stopped in front of the master suite. Fu Huaishang pushed the door open. A wave of scarlet hit them like a wall of heat. The entire gray-toned room had been transformed. Red bedding, red lamps, red floor mats, even a pair of red slippers waiting by the bed. Zhou Qimeng blinked. She pointed at the explosion of red, one eyebrow arching. You did this. Fu Huaishang nodded. I had it arranged specially. We got our certificate today. Red is for celebration. His eyes searched her face. Qimeng, do you like it? There was a careful edge in his voice, like he was bracing for disappointment. She didn't answer right away. She stepped inside and let her gaze drift across the space. The setup was bold, no question about that. Red curtains, red sheets, even the painting on the wall was red. It clashed with the original gray design, yet somehow it worked. The whole room felt complete. I like it. She met his eyes. Like you said. Today's a day for red. Night settled over the city, and the skyline lit up. Zhou Qimeng and Fu Huaishang made their way to the dining room for their first dinner as husband and wife. The lighting was soft and warm, casting a romantic glow over everything. In the center sat a massive round table big enough for 20 people. Fu Huaishang didn't hesitate. He pulled his chair so close to hers their shoulders almost touched. With that one adjustment, the vast table might as well have been a tiny dining cart. He looked perfectly content right there beside her. The spread was staggering. Dish after dish, and almost all of it meat. Only 2 plates of vegetables had been tossed into the mix, clearly an afterthought. It was arranged exactly to Zhou Qimeng's taste. She had a serious weakness for meat. She picked up her chopsticks and dug in. Fu Huaishang watched her eat with obvious pleasure, and a quiet satisfaction settled over him. He could have skipped dinner entirely and still felt full. By now, his serving skills were flawless. The instant her eyes landed on a dish for even a second, his hand was already moving, placing it into her bowl. Halfway through the meal, Zhou Qimeng pointed at one of the plates. This one. It's really good. Delicious. It was a vegetable dish. The chef had prepared it so skillfully that every trace of leafy bitterness was gone, replaced by the meaty flavor she loved. Fu Huaishang had clearly requested that creative touch. A flicker of relief crossed his face. He'd been taste testing for days to make sure she got balanced nutrition without a fight. If you like it, that's the highest compliment the chef could ever receive. Back in the kitchen, the chef who made the dish got a message from the head servant. His monthly bonus had just been increased tenfold. The other cooks shot him looks of pure envy. After dinner, Fu Huaishang and Zhou Qimeng walked the grounds. The estate looked completely different under the night lights. The wide lawns and winding paths transformed into something almost dreamlike. Eventually, they reached a small, elegant villa tucked behind the main house. A familiar scent drifted toward Zhou Qimeng. Hay and horses. Is this a stable? She asked. Fu Huaishang nodded. Want to see it? She didn't hesitate. If there was one thing she loved as much as money, it was horses. In her past life, she'd had her own stable. Her little white horse had been her constant companion through some dark stretches. She hadn't seen him since crossing over into this life, and she often wondered how he was doing. The brief shadow of loss that crossed her face didn't escape Fu Huaishang. Gently, he took her hand and led her inside. The villa wasn't just a stable. It also housed the hands who looked after the horses. 2 of them were checking on the animals when the couple walked in. They straightened immediately. Good evening, young Master Fu and Madam. Carry on, Fu Huaishang said. Yes, sir. The stable was immaculate, with more than a dozen spacious, well-lit stalls. The climate control kept the temperature perfect year-round. No overheating in summer, no chills in winter. It was obvious the horses received top-tier care. Every coat gleamed with health. Every mane was sleek and full of vitality. Among the 5 or 6 elite breeds, she spotted rare echotags. Zhou Qimeng moved from stall to stall, studying each animal with quiet intensity. The horses seemed just as curious about the newcomer. They all lifted their heads at once, snorting and wagging their tails at Yunshu like a line of overeager greeters. She laughed, grabbed a handful of hay, and fed the pony who was practically vibrating with excitement. Fu Huaishang had been trailing close behind her the whole time, tracking her every move. Sure likes horses. She stroked the mane. Love them. I used to have a Camarillo white named Xiaobai. Smart, perceptive, the whole package. The estate is beautiful at night. His voice drifted low, settling near her ear. She'd been crouching to feed the horse. At his words, she straightened fast. Her eyes found his, bright with anticipation. Then let's go for a ride and see it. Whatever my wife wants. They were already in the stable, so everything they needed was right there, riding clothes included. The stable hand quickly brought out 2 sets. Black with gold trim for him, deep burgundy for her. In the changing room, Yunshu moved efficiently. Riding jacket. Leg wraps. Boots. Gloves. Helmet. Not a single wasted motion. With perfect timing, Fu Huaishang's voice reached her from outside. Sure, are you ready? The door swung open. Yunshu stood in the burgundy riding kit, sleek and commanding like a warrior queen about to ride into battle. Her posture was ramrod straight, her steps deliberate. Confidence radiated from every line of her body. My wife is stunning. The praise left Fu Huaishang's mouth before he could stop it. His gaze locked on her, openly admiring. Other women had a delicate charm, but Yunshu had something else entirely, a martial grace that made her impossible to look away from. She studied him right back, appreciation glinting in her eyes. You clean up pretty well yourself. Fu Huaishang wore the black and gold riding clothes. The tailoring was flawless, the fabric rich and substantial. It traced his lean, powerful frame, perfectly broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, long legs built for power. And that face could have been carved by a master sculptor. Devastating. He looked like a prince who'd ridden through hell and back just to reach his princess. They walked to where the stable hand stood holding the Fergana horse Yunshu had been feeding earlier. Under the stable lights, the animal's coat shone like raw silk, smooth and luminous. Its body was symmetrical, packed with muscle that flowed with natural grace and restrained power. Its limbs were sturdy, its hooves hard and smooth, its neck arched high with an almost royal authority as if it owned this land. Fu Huaishang's Fergana was a purebred among purebreds. Easily worth tens of millions. Owning a creature this rare only underscored the kind of status he held. Yunshu laid a gentle hand on the horse's back, letting the warmth and softness sink into her palm. Feeling her calm touch, the horse shifted slightly and let out a soft snort, almost like a greeting. She looked up. Does he have a name? Whistling Wind. Fu Huaishang paused. He's fast. Very fast. Whistling Wind. She repeated it softly, then gave his neck a pat. Come on, Whistling Wind. Let's go for a walk. She took the reins and led him out. Fu Huaishang stayed right behind her. With an easy motion, she stepped into the stirrup and swung up, fluid and weightless. Like she'd been born on horseback. The moment she settled in the saddle, the horse felt her weight and began pawing the ground, restless, hooves lifting high. Magnificent. Yunshu didn't flinch. She stroked his neck and murmured, Easy now, Whistling Wind. Be good and I'll give you a treat later. The horse stilled instantly. Fu Huaishang stared, genuinely stunned. Whistling Wind was the most stubborn, rebellious horse in the stable. Multiple teams of seasoned trainers had fought long and hard just to keep him manageable. And sure had soothed him into obedience with a few soft words. It was hard to believe. Fu Huaishang, get on, Yunshu called, steadying the saddle. She extended her small, pale hand to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he took it. A swift pull, a fluid leap, and he landed smoothly behind her. Her body gave a slight tremor. She could feel him now, the heat of his chest pressing broad and solid against her back. His presence wrapped around her completely, a wave of masculine warmth that made her heartbeat kick faster. A faint blush crept up her cheeks. She cleared her throat. Let's go. A light tap of the crop sent whistling wind surging forward like an arrow released from a bow. The night breeze turned cool and sweet with speed. The estate's landscape streamed past like a moving painting, smearing into streaks of color at the edges of her vision. Yunshu gave herself over to the exhilaration of it. For the first time since she'd arrived in this world, she felt completely, deeply at ease. At some point she let go, and the reins she'd been gripping tight slipped into the hands of the man behind her. After the wild run, Fu Huaishang worked the reins with expert control, guiding whistling wind down from a gallop into a slow, easy walk. Imperial Garden Estate sat on a hilltop at the city's edge, surrounded by mountains on three sides. A hidden paradise. He guided the horse gently now, steering them toward the forest that bordered the estate's eastern edge. Yunshu sat relaxed in the saddle, lost in the view stretching out before them. The night was pure poetry. Thousands of city lights flickered in the darkness like scattered stars, turning the world into a sea of gold. The view stole her breath. It's beautiful, she whispered. Then we'll come here often. His words slipped into her chest like a warm spring breeze, stirring up the shyness she had only just managed to push down. The horse carried them higher, stopping at a rocky platform on the cliff's edge. Fu Huaishang swung off the horse with quick, fluid grace, then turned and held out his hand. Yunshu, come down and look. She placed her hand in his and let him pull her down, landing lightly on her feet. He kept hold of her hand and led her to the edge, pointing at the sprawl of lights below. The city's even more stunning from here at night. She followed his gaze. The view opened wide, every glittering corner of the metropolis laid out before them. The brilliance wove through the dark like an intoxicating tapestry. Before she could say anything, Fu Huaishang pulled her into his arms and held her tight. His chest was warm. His heartbeat pounded against her ear. His arms pressed her close, as if he wanted to fuse her into his own body. Yunshu, thank you for giving me a home. His voice was low and rough, carrying a weight of loss she could almost touch. She remembered what Master Fu had told her. Fu Huaishang had lost his parents when he was very young. Something deep inside her softened, as if an invisible hand had brushed the most tender part of her soul. In her own world, she had been an orphan too. She had never known what a parent's love felt like. But compared to him, she was not the one to pity. She had never had that love, so she didn't know the pain of losing it. He had. And he had lost it far too soon. Having something and then having it ripped away, wasn't that crueler than never having it at all? The thought stirred feelings she couldn't name. Slowly, she lifted her hands to his waist. Then she wrapped them around him. Fu Huaishang, don't forget, you're mine. The second she said it, the man in her arms went still. And then his whole energy shifted. Long fingers tilted her chin up, bringing her eyes to meet his dark gaze. Something deep and magnetic flickered there, impossible to resist. And then his cool lips brushed against hers. Featherlight. This kiss was nothing like his usual intensity. He was so careful now, so slow, as if she were a rare treasure that demanded the gentlest touch. His mouth moved against hers with soft, aching pressure, like he was using this kiss to soothe every scar carved into him. Time stopped. The world fell away. Only the two of them remained. When she finally opened her eyes, her cheeks were flushed, her gaze soft and unfocused. She pressed her face against his broad chest, feeling his warmth, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart. Over his shoulder, through the city lights, she could see the mountain silhouettes. Peaceful. Serene. Neither spoke, but the distance between their hearts had vanished entirely. By the time they got back to the main house, Li Jun rushed over. Good evening, Master Fu. Young madam. He handed a file to Fu Huashang. This just came in from M country. Urgent. Requires your personal sign-off. Fu Huashang took it but didn't open it. He turned to Yunshu instead. Yunshu, go get some rest. I have something to handle. She nodded. Okay. Then she headed upstairs. When she stepped into the bedroom, the overwhelming red hit her again. She adjusted quickly. The maid had already set out her nightclothes in the bathroom, so Yunshu went straight in to wash up. By the time she came out, it was past 11. She walked to the bed, lifted the red duvet, and slid underneath. Eyes closed. Breathing steady. Ready for sleep. For a mercenary, the ability to fall asleep fast anywhere was survival. Lying awake because a bed felt wrong could cost you your life. In the study, the lamp cast a warm, steady glow. Fu Huashang sat in his chair, solid and unmoving as a mountain. His face was sharp, his jaw hard. The light caught the cold, perfect lines of his profile, the shadows deepening the darkness in his eyes. Li Jun stood in front of the desk, expression serious. Master Fu, the Shen Corporation made a major move tonight. From what we're seeing, Shen Yishuan is pulling every string to get back here. The Wall Street side is in chaos too. Should we step in with the Shen family and block his return? Li Jun asked. At the name, Fu Huashang's brow tightened. His lips parted, and he let the name roll out slow. Shen Yishuan. The words came cold, edged with authority. Between his long fingers, a lit cigarette trailed a thin ribbon of smoke. He did not care whether the Shen Corporation survived. What gnawed at him was that this man had some kind of connection to the woman he loved. The school bag Yunshu still used. Shen Yishuan had given it to her. What kind of relationship did they have? A few seconds later, his gaze turned razor sharp. No. Let him come. I want to see what he's got. Fu Huashang crushed the cigarette between his fingers. The ember died instantly against his thumb. A cold, blood-tinged smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He washed every trace of smoke off in the guest bathroom before returning to the bedroom. The instant he walked in, he felt the sting of all that red he had chosen. But then his eyes found the small mound under the covers, and he knew. Red was exactly the right color. Yunshu was already asleep. But some instinct flickered. She sensed someone enter the room. She recognized Fu Huashang, so she didn't wake. She just stayed asleep. A moment later, the edge of the duvet lifted. The space beside her dipped. Fu Huashang's arm curved around her waist, pulling her sleeping body against the solid heat of his chest. Yunshu stirred, lashes fluttering. She peered up at him through the haze of broken sleep. Just sleep, sure. His voice scraped low against her ear, rough and soothing all at once. He pressed a slow kiss to her forehead. She didn't answer. Her eyes drifted shut. Within moments, her breathing eased into a peaceful rhythm. Fu Huashang watched her. The ghostly pallor that had haunted her face for days was finally giving way to soft color. The ugly scar was gone. Now her delicate features held a faint, natural flash. Her pink lips parted slightly, like ripe cherries, testing his self-control with every breath. Their bodies lay flush, warmth bleeding through the thin fabric between them. His throat bobbed. Heat rushed through him, a tidal wave that made every muscle tighten. Then he remembered. She was 21. The raw urge clawing at his chest was instantly caged. He dragged in a breath, fighting for composure. In his head, he began repeating the calming mantra. Over and over until he lost count. Every time she shifted against him, even a little, the pressure surged back against his will. Eventually, he had to move. He pulled himself out of bed and strode into the bathroom. The cold shower pounded his skin, icy needles against the fire still roaring through his blood. That night, Yoon-soo slept deeply. She even dreamed, rare and sweet. In the dream, Xiaobai was there. The snow-white stallion sprawled across the grass, lazy and content. Sunlight poured over him, gilding his coat with liquid gold. She walked over, just like the old days, and rested her head against the warm curve of his belly. She murmured everything she'd been holding in. Xiaobai listened, still and steady, nuzzling her cheek now and then as if he understood. Together, they drifted through a pocket of perfect quiet, just the two of them. When the first spear of dawn broke through the curtains, Yoon-soo's eyes opened on instinct. The room. The bed. The man asleep beside her. Fu Huaishang. Yesterday flickered through her mind. The marriage certificate. The dinner. The nighttime drive, city lights streaming past the windows. She was a wife now. The realization settled over her, surreal and heavy. Moving carefully, she slipped out from under the covers, dressed in silence, and eased herself out of the room. On the bed, Fu Huaishang never stirred. He'd taken 5 cold showers that night. Dragged himself through the calming mantra until the words lost all meaning. The restlessness hadn't let go. Only when his body finally crashed from sheer exhaustion did sleep take him. He didn't notice her quiet departure. Downstairs, the butler and maids were already moving through their morning routines. When Yoon-soo appeared at the top of the staircase, they paused as one. Smiles spread across their faces. "Good morning, young madam." The butler stepped forward. "Young madam, shall I serve breakfast now?" She shook her head. "I'll exercise first." He gave a polite nod. "Of course. If you need anything at all." She moved to the floor bed near the entrance and began her warm-up stretches. Once her muscles loosened, she broke into an easy jog toward the garden. The estate's landscaping was stunning, every tree and hedge a piece of sculpted perfection. Yoon-soo ran through waves of blossoms, the air cool and sweet with floral notes. Her mood lifted with each stride. She veered toward the stables to check on Xiufan. Then she kept going. By the time she reached the coal pond, she spotted a figure she hadn't seen in a while. The bodyguard. He stood with his back to her, fish feet in hand. He looked leaner than before. A spark lit her eyes. She shifted from a jog to a full sprint. Fists clenched, she launched herself like a human missile aimed straight for his spine. The punch cut through the air with a sharp, driving wind. The bodyguard was mid-toss, but his instincts fired faster than thought. He sensed the movement behind him. The fish food scattered in a wide arc. In a blur of motion, he twisted sideways and slipped out of her attack path. His fist snapped up, ready to counter. But his eyes met hers mid-swing. He froze. Then straightened and bowed his head. "Good morning, young madam." Yesterday, when Fu Huaishang and Yoon-soo had returned to the estate, the bodyguard had wanted to offer his congratulations along with the rest of the staff. But he'd been afraid the young master would be angry seeing him. Afraid he'd be sent away. So he'd hidden instead. Yoon-soo planted her feet in front of him, expression unreadable. Not bad reflexes. Want to spar? The bodyguard flinched. He stepped back sharply, his posture going rigid. "Young madam, I can't fight you." Her eyes cooled. "Save it. Show me your real skill. Otherwise, I won't speak up for you." The words "speak up for you" hit his chest like a hammer. A flash of hope crossed his face. But hesitation still held him back. "Young madam, I'm a rough man. I'm afraid I might hurt you." The corner of her mouth curved, just barely. "All right. Let's see who hurts who." Her voice hadn't finished its fall when her body flickered forward. Her movements weren't fast in the conventional sense. They were eerie. Fluid. In the space between heartbeats, she was in front of him. The bodyguard hadn't expected her to close the distance that quickly. Her hand was already driving toward his chest. Instinct took over. He threw up a block. In the master bedroom, Fu Huaishan stirred. His palm swept across the empty space beside him. The sheets were cool. He was instantly awake. Sure. His morning robe was hung in the silence. No response. Fu Huaishan's brow furrowed. He reached for her side of the bed. Empty. Cold. His eyes snapped open and he was on his feet, crossing the room in 3 long strides before he was even fully awake. At the top of the staircase, the butler saw him coming and rushed over. Young master. What's wrong? The man looked genuinely unsettled. In all his years of service, he had never once seen Fu Huaishan like this. Fu Huaishan's gaze swept the hallway. Where is she? Young madam went out for her morning exercise. She said she'd return shortly. The tension in Fu Huaishan's shoulders eased a fraction. That was when Zhou Qimeng's voice rang out from the main entrance. Fu Huaishan. She walked inside, a light sheen of sweat on her skin, Li Jun trailing a few steps behind her. Fu Huaishan descended the stairs quickly. You went to work out? Zhou Qimeng nodded. Yeah. It's a habit. I didn't see you in the bedroom. For a second, I thought you left. He said it plainly, but she caught the weight underneath. She felt it too, this morning. Waking up and wondering for a heartbeat if any of it had been real. No, she said. Just went to get some exercise. Li Jun, who had been hanging back in silence, finally spoke. Good morning, young master. Fu Huaishan's gaze flicked to him. Brief. Cold. He didn't bother with a response. Zhou Qimeng reached for his hand, her fingers threading through his. I want Li Jun to join my morning workouts from now on. Is that alright? Fine. Whatever you want. His attention shifted back to Li Jun, and the warning in his eyes was unmistakable. Her safety is yours. If anything happens, you know how this ends. Li Jun's throat tightened. Understood. You can count on me. The butler appeared behind them. Young master, young madam. Breakfast is ready. Fu Huaishan gave a short nod. Zhou Qimeng tugged at his hand. Come on. I need to change, and you should freshen up. We'll head down together. She pulled him toward the stairs. And Fu Huaishan's 6-foot-something frame followed like it had no say in the matter. His wife was bossing him around now. The realization caught him off guard. He didn't hate it. A flicker of amusement softened the hard lines of his face. Once they were out of sight, Li Jun let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. He'd been braced for Fu Huaishan to throw him off the estate on the spot. If the young madam hadn't spoken up. On the walk back to Building 2, he crossed paths with Shen Yishuang, who was heading toward the main house. Shen Yishuang took one look at him and yelped. Jesus Christ! Who the hell worked you over like this? And at this hour? He circled Li Jun, eyes bugging out. Li Jun was the best fighter on the estate. Even Shen Yishuang couldn't take him. But the guy had gone out to feed some fish and come back looking like he'd gone 3 rounds with the truck. Split lip. Swollen eye. Hair a disaster. His clothes were caked with dirt, torn in 2 places. If they weren't standing inside the estate gates, Shen Yishuang would have pegged him for a drifter. Spill it. Who'd you fight? Li Jun's voice came out flat. The young madam. Shen Yishuang's mouth opened. Closed. A bit of silence. Wait. Is the young master kicking you out? Li Jun shot him a filthy look. Just tell me, man. I can't guess. The young master wants me to keep protecting her. The words were clipped. Then why do you look like that if you get to stay? Li Jun's voice rose to something close to a shout. How do you think it feels to get your ass handed to you by a 21-year-old girl? He trained in martial arts since childhood. Decades of discipline. And a woman barely out of her teens had dismantled him. It was mortifying. At first, he held back because of who she was. But she hadn't let up, and eventually he'd been forced to defend himself. What he hadn't counted on was her ability to study his movements mid-fight and turn them against him with surgical precision. And she had one edge he couldn't counter. Speed. The longer the fight went, the harder it got to block her. And this was the result. He should have listened when Shen Yishuang told him Zhou Qimeng could fight. He didn't want to talk about it anymore. He walked away, leaving Shen Yishuang standing there, jaw slack. Shen Yishuang watched his pathetic, retreating figure and felt a shiver crawl up his own spine. He straightened unconsciously. Upstairs, in the bedroom, Zhou Qimeng came out of the bathroom, showered and changed. Before she'd taken 2 steps, Fu Huaishang caught her by the arm and pulled her onto the sofa beside him. What's wrong? He didn't answer. His expression was serious as he started checking her over. Neck. Arms. Calves. Are you hurt anywhere? No. She shook her head. So you did that to Li Jun. He clocked the man's condition instantly. She gave him a sheepish little grin. I'm not that good. He held back. The tension in his face eased. He's solid, Zhou Qimeng added. Just a bit rigid. Fu Huaishang didn't take the bait. He stood, pulling her up with him. Let's eat. I'll drive you to school after. Okay. She let the subject drop. Minutes later, a cleaned-up Li Jun reappeared among Fu Huaishang's security detail. The gloom was gone from his face, replaced by his usual cold, unreadable mask. In the classroom of Class 6, Chen Xiaoming kept glancing at the door, muttering under his breath. Where is she? When's she getting here? Seated in front of him, Mu Yun had heard the same thing so many times she practically memorized the cadence. She finally snapped, turning around with exaggerated caution. Hey! Are you learning piano from Zhou Qimeng too? Piano? Chen Xiaoming held up his crooked fingers. Do I look like that kind of material to you? Oh. Gu Hongxian kept insisting he wasn't learning piano from Mu Yun, but he still called Yun Shu master. Mu Yun honestly found the whole thing fascinating. What else could Yun Shu do besides play piano? Under Gu Hongxuan's eager stare, Yun Shu finally arrived. Fashionably late, but not really. He was just that impatient. The second she walked through the classroom door, he rushed over and practically dragged her into a seat. Master, why weren't you online last night? I messaged you and you completely ignored it. His eyes were full of hurt. He hadn't slept at all. Last night, right? She'd gotten married yesterday. And last night had been pretty damn great. So, yeah. Ahem. Yun Shu cleared her throat. What's so urgent? Gu Hongxian spun his laptop to face her, his voice buzzing with excitement. Master, I finished it. Take a look. She told him to finish the first layer of network protection by next week. After relentless effort, he wrapped it up early. Yun Shu leaned in and scanned the code. A few seconds later, she nodded, satisfied. Not bad. For a first defense build, this is solid. You got real potential, Gu Hongxian. She didn't hold back. Gu Hongxian nearly launched himself out of his chair. He clamped a hand over his mouth to stop from shouting. The truth was, Gu Hongxian came from a solid family. His older brothers all headed well-known companies, each one sharp and capable. But Gu Hongxian only ever cared about the internet. In the eyes of his elders, he was a slacker. The black sheep. That made him practically invisible at home. Before Yun Shu, he had to figure everything out alone. He'd been scammed. Taken advantage of. But he never gave up. Now, Building that first layer of defense, the entry test for becoming a real hacker, he was so overwhelmed he couldn't even find the words. A few seconds later, he bolted out of the room. Yunshu stared after him, completely confused. It was exam day. She was just starting to wonder if he even bothered coming back when he ran in again. Only now his face was wet, droplets of water still clinging to his skin, and his eyes were a little red. Master, thank you. Without you, I never would have finished the first level. His voice came out rough. Save it. There are plenty more layers to go. Pull yourself together. Her tone was cool and crisp. She fixed him with a sharp look. Don't worry, Master. I won't embarrass you, he promised. Then Yunshu's next words sent his mood on a complete 180. Good. Today's the monthly exam. Rank in the top 100. Gu Hongshuang's eyes went wide. Master, I don't. No objections. This is part of the mission. Don't tell me you can't do it. She knew exactly what he was capable of. He'd just been pouring all his time into the internet, forgetting that knowledge was a hacker's most critical asset. She boxed him in, and there was nothing left to argue. He could only nod and accept. Which meant a few of their classmates noticed something jaw-dropping. Midway through the exam, Gu Hongxian, the guy who'd slept through class for over a year, actually picked up a pen and started answering questions. The news spread fast among the students. Some figured he just couldn't sleep. Others thought he'd suddenly fallen in love with studying. A few decided he was so bored he'd started filling in answers since the exam was a full 2 hours. Basically, everyone had a wild theory. Gu Hongxian, of course, knew nothing about it. The second the bell rang, he threw all his energy right back into the network. At Shen Corporation, Shen Wangsheng and the manager were going over the final agreement confirmation. When everything was settled, they both exhaled. President Shen, I don't know the full story, but I have a feeling Miss Yan's plan is going to work. The manager's face lit up with excitement. They weren't at the finish line yet, but just looking at the plan, he could already see victory ahead. Shen Wangzhong nodded. Yunshu's strategy is very thorough. So should I contact Captain Zhou now? Shen Wangzhong waved a hand. Go ahead. The manager left the office. Shen Wangzhong stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the clouds drifting across the sky, lost in thought. A long moment passed before he murmured to himself, Mu Yun. Yunshu's grown up. If only you were still here. By afternoon, only one class remained. When Yunshu got out, Fu Huaishang's car was already parked in the principal's reserved spot. The bodyguard stood beside the vehicle. Seeing her, he dipped into a respectful bow. Good evening, young madam. Yunshu nodded and climbed inside. Fu Huaishang was on a call, probably with the foreign branch office, because he was speaking entirely in English. Listening to his flawless accent, Yunshu almost felt like she crossed into another country. He ended the call and leaned his tall frame toward her. What's wrong? His handsome face was inches from hers, studying her closely. Yunshu thought maybe she had something on her face and lifted her hand to wipe it off. Before she could, Fu Huaishang pressed his cool, thin lips to hers. A brief touch, and then he pulled back. Let's have dinner at Grandpa's place. Okay. His voice stayed soft. Okay. Yunshu had no objections. Eating. That was something she was very good at. The Rolls-Royce glided smoothly along the wide road. Half an hour later, the car rolled to a stop in front of FS International Shopping Plaza in the city center. Yunshu had been snacking and hadn't paid attention. She looked around. I thought we were going to Grandpa's. We'll stop at the mall first. Do you need to buy something? She was confused. Did he seriously need to shop in person? One phone call and the butler could handle anything. He read her expression instantly. Some things, we have to buy together. Fine. If he said so, she'd go along. Fu Huaishang took her hand and led her inside. The bodyguard and a few other men fell into step behind them as they entered the private elevator. The FS International Mall chain belonged to the Fu family, so a dedicated elevator was always available for family members. The bodyguard pressed the button for their floor. The entire level had been cleared of shoppers and completely remodeled. Even the year-end inventory didn't look this pristine. When the doors opened, the general manager and a row of executives were already waiting on both sides, bowing in unison. Welcome, Chairman Fu. Welcome, MRS Fu. Fu Huaishang gave a slight nod. His large hand still holding Yunshu's, he moved forward. The crowd followed. Rows of jewelry counters gleamed under the soft lighting. Every single one was a top-tier international luxury brand. They stopped at the Vanderenti counter, the #1 jewelry brand in the world. Under the spotlights, every display case gleamed, each piece throwing off a brilliant, hypnotic light. Sure, see anything you like. Yunshu hadn't expected him to bring her jewelry shopping. You're buying me a diamond ring. A corner of Fu Huaishang's mouth lifted. Yeah. Wife picks, husband pays. Right. She picked. He paid. Okay, she said. Normally, diamonds like these were locked inside custom bulletproof glass cases. Vanderenti catered strictly to the top-tier elite. They didn't pull out their high-end inventory for just anyone. But today was different. The store's most extravagant diamonds were laid across the glass counter like produce at a market, arranged close together so Yunshu could try them on as she pleased. She scanned the spread and paused at the centerpiece, a pink diamond, 13.14 carats, priced at 600 million. She slipped it onto her finger. How does it look? She held her hand up toward Fu Huaishang, who had been shadowing her the whole time. Beautiful. The praise came immediately. Against her fair skin, the pear-shaped pink diamond made her fingers look even more delicate. I think so too. Yunshu drew her hand back and examined it closely, then murmured, but if I ever have to throw a punch, it'll get in the way. And it'd be easy to damage. Fu Huaishang let out a low laugh, the hard line of his mouth softening. Don't worry. If it breaks, I'll buy you another one. The staff nearby stood frozen. The entire floor had gone quiet, so even though Yunshu hadn't raised her voice, everyone heard. They traded glances. Not a word was spoken, but the thoughts racing through their heads were louder than anything. Oh my god. She's wearing a $600 million ring and she's thinking about throwing punches. What kind of life does this woman live? You had to admit, the CEO's wife had taste. First pick, and she went straight for Vanderenti's crown jewel. And the CEO spoiling her like that. If it breaks, buy another. For $600 million. The bodyguard standing closest to them felt his eyelid twitch. Great. Now his morning sparring sessions were going to hurt a hell of a lot more. Getting clocked by a $600 million ring. Alright, I'll take this one, Yunshu decided. Good. See if anything else catches your eye. If not, I'll have the brand visit the house and custom design a few pieces for you. His low voice dripped with absolute indulgence. Yunshu glanced at the ring on her finger, then at his large hand. Her eyes flickered with an idea, and she tapped Fu Huaishang toward the wedding band counter. Let's get matching rings. Sure. Whatever you want. Let me pick, then. She started browsing seriously. But which pair? There were too many options. While she hesitated, the mall manager strolled over from the entrance, a warm smile creasing his face as he slipped into sales mode. Madam, these sets arrived this morning, limited edition. He gestured toward a nearby selection. Every design carries a meaning perfectly suited to you and the CEO. See, when the two rings are placed together, they form a complete circle. This design just won a gold award. He demonstrated the clever interlocking mechanism. Not bad. I like it. Yunshu picked up a star motif set with an 8-figure price tag. Just as she was about to try it on, Fu Huaisheng spoke. Let me. He took the ring from her hand and slid it onto her finger. She watched him those long, clean fingers easing the band into place with deliberate care. It felt like a vow. The size was perfect. The style was exactly what she would have chosen. Yunshu picked up the man's ring and held it out to Fu Huaisheng. Now let me put yours on. A faint blush crept over her cheeks. He extended his hand without a word, watching her small fingers now wearing a matching ring slid the band onto his. The emotion swelling in his chest spread into an endless tide. It looks incredible on you. Fu Huaisheng carried himself with a cool, aloof presence. The man's ring was simple, with a single diamond set into the band. It matched him perfectly. That's because my wife has excellent taste. That low, cool voice coated in sweetness was addictive, impossible to resist. The blush on Yunshu's face deepened from pink to crimson. She was starting to seriously doubt Fu Huaisheng's claim that he'd never been in a relationship before. Flirting like this. He was a natural. The mall manager discreetly stepped back. The CEO's words, he'd pretend he hadn't heard a thing. Ahem. Yunshu cleared her throat, then pointed to the other rings she considered earlier. I like these too. I'll take all of them. Wrap all of them for the madam. Fu Huaisheng didn't even glance at the pieces. The moment Yunshu said she liked them and wanted them all, he gave the order. Yes, CEO. The manager personally packed everything, his movements quick and efficient. Anything else you like? Yunshu scanned the counter one more time, then shook her head. No. Have the brand send all new arrivals directly to Imperial Garden, Fu Huaisheng instructed the manager. Yes, CEO. The manager did a silent calculation. This brand's stock was about to soar. If the CEO's wife liked it, it was going straight to the top. Also, Fu Huaisheng added, aside from what the madam just chose, I don't want to see anyone else wearing the same designs. The manager caught on instantly. Whatever the madam wore would be one of a kind. Unsold stock would be pulled. Sold pieces would be bought back at a premium. The CEO really knew how to spoil his wife. And the madam might look young, but her power over him was on another level. If the manager knew that the legendary financial tycoon had been the one pursuing Yunshu from the start, he'd probably have a heart attack on the spot. Let's go. Fu Huaisheng took her hand. Their new rings clicked softly together, scattering brilliant flashes of light. All right. She stopped. Wait. Let's pick out a gift for Grandpa first. Sure. He agreed without a second's hesitation. Fu Huaisheng glanced at the mall manager, who immediately hurried off. A few minutes later, when Yunshu and Fu Huaisheng reached the gift floor, the entire department was empty again. The senior management entourage trailed behind them, silent. Fu family estate. Night had fallen. Lights flickered to life across the grounds, setting the manor ablaze in a brilliant glow. The last time she'd set foot here, she'd been Fu Huaisheng's date for Master Fu's birthday banquet. Now, on only her second visit, she was his wife. A little over a month. Talk about a total transformation. We're here. Yunshu had been staring out at the night. The voice beside her pulled her back. Fu Huaisheng parked right in front of the main gate. Master Fu and the butler were already waiting at the entrance. The moment they saw the two step out of the car, huge smiles broke across their faces. Grandfather! Grandfather! Oh, good kids! Xiuye, come here, grandfather has prepared a feast for you. Master Fu didn't even glance at Fu Huaisheng. He grabbed Yunshu's hand and pulled her straight into the living room. The butler stepped forward. Young master. When master heard that Miss Yunshu was coming, he spent the whole afternoon in the kitchen watching the chef work. Fu Huaisheng nodded. Butler, from now on, address her as young madam. Oh. This the butler didn't react fast enough. The man had already walked inside. Master Fu and Yun Shu were seated at the large round table, which was practically buried under dishes. The spread was lavish, all meat. Yun Shu's eyes lit up. Fu Huaishang, on the other hand, looked pained. He hadn't even taken his seat when Master Fu told Yun Shu to start eating. At the table, the old man kept piling food onto Yun Shu's plate. Eat up, girl. Don't buy that nonsense about staying skinny to be pretty. Lies, every bit of it. Got it? Yun Shu nodded, still chewing. She finally swallowed a piece of braised pork. Don't worry, grandfather. I'm really good at eating. And I'm not afraid of gaining weight. She burned a ton of energy daily. She needed the nutrition. How? That's what I like to see. That brat Huaishang hated eating when he was little. I had to chase him around the house just to get a single bite down. Infuriating. The old man shot a sharp glare at the man sitting nearby. Grandfather, that was before I was free. And it only happened once. So what if you were free? I can't talk about it now. Master Fu raised his voice, the threat of spilling bedwetting stories hanging thick in the air. Fu Huaishang closed his mouth. Girl, if you ever want a home-cooked meal, I'll send my chef over to cook for you. Master Fu's chefs were national banquet level, not something anyone could just ask for. Yun Shu nodded obediently. She picked up a lion's head meatball and placed it in the old man's bowl. Grandfather, you should eat too. It's delicious. Fu Huaishang winced at the greasy meat. His grandfather had high blood pressure and hadn't touched meat dishes in a long time. This entire table had been prepared just for Yun Shu. Grandfather, you. Before he could finish, Master Fu cut him off. Mind your own plate. Stop meddling. And then he ate the meatball in one bite. Fu Huaishang sat in silence. After dinner, the three moved to the living room to rest. Master Fu had a deep love for Chinese culture, so the manor's main building reflected his preferred style. Stepping inside, the first thing that caught the eye was a golden enamel accent wall, its faint woody scent creating a sense of peace and solemnity. In front of it stood a purple sandalwood screen inlaid with treasures, the mother of pearl so vivid the figures seemed almost alive. At the center of the room sat a set of carved golden enamel chairs, their backrests featuring high-relief lions playing with a ball, each beast sculpted with stunning detail. Bright yellow brocade cushions, embroidered with golden CM mountain wave patterns, caught the light. A curio cabinet displayed a collection of genuine antiques, Shang and Zhou bronze ritual vessels, Song and Yuan official-wear porcelain, all rare treasures. Yun Shu could tell at a glance they were the real thing. Girl, see anything you like. If you do, grandfather will give it to you. The old man waved a hand as if the pieces were worthless trinkets. No need, grandfather. I'll just look. I'm not at the level to handle this yet, Yun Shu said calmly. Treasures had to recognize their owner. She hadn't reached grandfather's level of mastery. Even if she took something, she wouldn't be able to make it show even a tenth of its true splendor. Master Fu clearly hadn't expected that answer. He stared at her, astonished. After a moment, the warmth in his eyes deepened. People these days were so restless and shallow. A young person so in control of her inner self was rare. Girl, what can I say? If that brat Huaishang ever treats you badly, don't you worry, I'll take your side over his. The old man slapped his palm down, his expression deadly serious. Grandfather, you won't get the chance to take her away. Fu Huaishang's voice was flat. That was his promise, he would never mistreat Yun Shu. Oh, that's right, grandfather, I brought you a gift today. Yun Shu lifted the gift bag. The moment Master Fu heard gift, eagerness lit up his face. What did you get me, girl? Yun Shu unwrapped the packaging, removed the box, and lifted the lid. Inside lay a dark green panel roughly the size of a grown man's two hands. Girl, what is this? Master Fu couldn't tell at first. Click a tiny unlocking sound. Against the window glass, a full battle sandbox projected in luminous detail. Master Fu shot up from the sofa. Girl, is this? Yunshu stood too and touched a button. Grandfather, this is the digital sandbox of the last battle you fought in. Yes, it truly is. That's, the old man was too excited to form a full sentence. Through the digital display, his cloudy eyes seemed to see that battle from long ago. Can I operate the fortifications myself? Yes, grandfather. Let me teach you. Yunshu set the controller into his hands and guided him through each function. A veteran, Master Fu picked it up fast. Soon, within the digital sandbox, defensive works and command posts, the full preparations for an important battle began to take shape. Right now, Fu Huaishang wasn't an 80-year-old man. He was the battle-hardened general who once rode the killing fields. Girl, come look at my terrain model. Where does it need adjusting? The old man was having the time of his life, but he still wanted Yunshu's input. Grandpa, I think right here. They fell into it together, shifting pieces across the table. Yunshu was young, but she had a sharp, instinctive eye for battlefields and strategy. The more they talked, the more their minds clicked. Fu Xinyu stood back, watching in silence. The happiness swelling inside him was something new. Complete. An hour later, the terrain model was finally put away. Girl, I love this gift. Ha ha. I really do. The old man's smile didn't budge. I'm glad you like it, Grandpa. The butler entered with freshly brewed tea. Grandmaster, young madam please, have some tea. He set down the mutton-fat jade tea set and started to step away. Fu Huaishang called him back. Oh Zhong, what did you just call Xiuye? The butler paused. He glanced at Fu Xinyu, then spoke clearly. Grandmaster, I called her young madam. At the young master's instruction. The old man's eyes swung to Fu Xinyu, a question waiting. Without a word, Fu Xinyu pulled a small red booklet from his suit pocket. Grandpa, you and I got our marriage certificate. Fu Huaishang looked like he couldn't believe what he'd heard. His gaze shifted to Yunshu, standing beside him. She nodded. For a moment, he was stunned. Then a booming laugh broke out. Ha ha, wonderful. Girl, you're my grandson's wife now. He pointed at Fu Xinyu. Not bad you found me a granddaughter-in-law like this. He slapped his thigh. Oh Zhong, go get it. Yes, Grandmaster. The butler returned quickly with a compact, refined safe. Right in front of Yunshu, the old man entered the coat and drew out an antique wooden box. The box gave off a faint, elegant fragrance. Here and there, it showed signs of age, but if it ever hit the open market, it would still command a fortune as a priceless antique. Fu Huaishang placed the box in Yunshu's hands. Girl, open it. She did. Nestled inside lay a jade bracelet. Grandpa, this is the Fu family heirloom bracelet. It's come down from your great-grandmother's generation, then to Xinyu's mother. Now it's time for you to have it. At the mention of Fu Xinyu's late mother, a shadow of sorrow flickered in the old man's eyes. The bracelet shimmered with shifting shades of green, a graceful gradient from light to deep. The color was lustrous, the surface warm and satiny. Look closely, and you'd see two lifelike phoenixes carved into the jade, each feather impossibly delicate. The stone itself was of the highest quality, dense, perfectly clear, without a single impurity. Its value wasn't just in the material or the craft. It was a treasure passed through the bloodline of the Fu family, its heritage worth far more than any modern jewelry. Xinyu, put it on your wife quick. Fu Xinyu lifted the bracelet and slid it over Yunshu's wrist. It's beautiful, she said, and meant it. Granddaughter-in-law, Grandpa told you when you and Xinyu got married, I had a big gift waiting. Now that you made it official, I'm giving it to you today. Fu Huaishang took a contract-like document from the butler. These are 10% of Fu Corporation's shares. They're yours. Yun-shu stared at the document, worth billions. Her mind went blank. Grandpa's big gift really was enormous. Grandpa, this is too much. For the first time, she hesitated in front of something offered. But the old man cut her off. Girl, if you don't take it, I'll get angry. And when I get angry, my blood pressure spikes, then I faint, and next thing you know, I'm in the hospital. Yun-shu lifted a hand. Grandpa, I'll take it. Don't say any more. That's my girl, haha, Fu Huaishang laughed, utterly delighted. It was growing late. Fu Xinyu intended to take Yun-shu home, but a sudden downpour hit. The rain came down hard, and the old man wouldn't hear of them leaving. So they agreed to stay the night at the old mansion. That evening, in the huge, lavish room, Fu Xinyu and Yun-shu took in the red decorations exactly like the ones back at the royal garden apartment. They traded a smile. Like grandfather, like grandson. The same playbook. By now, Yun-shu had gotten used to it. It was late, and she had school in the morning. She took off her jacket as she headed for the bathroom. Xinyu, I'm going to shower first. I'm beat. He answered, okay. Water sounded from the bathroom, and Fu Xinyu surveyed the red-soaked room. Tonight, he already knew, would be another impossible night to sleep through. The next morning, Yun-shu woke early to exercise. Fu Xinyu had, as usual, barely caught sleep before dawn. Outside, she found the old man practicing martial arts. Good morning, Grandpa. Xiu Yu. Why are you up so early? Fu Huaishang hadn't expected her at this hour. He peered behind her. She was alone. Grandpa, I'm used to morning workouts. Oh, child, you should sleep in a little longer. You got school later. Yun-shu shook her head. No need, Grandpa. But, that boxing you were just doing, could you teach me? The old man's eyes lit, a delighted smile breaking across his face. Of course. Come, Grandpa will teach you right now. He started explaining the moves and the key principles, detailing the meaning behind each stance as he demonstrated. Yun-shu gave it her full focus, watching his movements, mimicking them. The old man guided her patiently, correcting her form. In no time, she had the basics down and could smoothly execute several moves. They were deeply absorbed when Fu Xinyu, freshly showered and dressed, came down the stairs. At the main gate, the old man and the young woman stood together against the early sunlight, their silhouettes perfectly harmonious. Half an hour later, Master Fu found his so-called late-sleeping grandson. He didn't bother hiding his mood. Throughout breakfast, he ignored Fu Xingxi completely. Grandfather, Xinyu and I are heading out. Fu Xingxi said his goodbyes, but the old man walked straight past him. Instead, he personally saw Fu Xinyu to the door. Good girl. Come visit your grandfather more often. He genuinely adored her and hated watching her leave. I will, grandfather. I'll come back all the time. Good. Now hurry, or you'll be late for school. Fu Huaishang waved them off. Bye, grandfather. Fu Xinyu waved from inside the car. Goodbye. It wasn't just Fu Huaishang who felt that pull toward her. She felt it too. Being around him reminded her of the old man she'd met in the X world. Inside the car, Fu Xingxi pressed his fingers to his temples. Didn't sleep well? Fu Xinyu asked. He turned to look at her, those dark eyes heavy. His voice held a thread of resignation. Grow up a little faster. The man had never slept once in his entire life. And now, because of her, he'd done it twice. She blinked at him, confused. He answered with nothing but a helpless smile. By 10 that morning, the sun hung bright in the sky. Then a news alert detonated like a bomb, sending shockwaves through every circle in the capital. The headline, Chairman of Shen Corporation dead. According to the report, the business titan had been in a catastrophic car accident in the early morning hours. He didn't survive. At the same moment, another rumor was already spreading. Shen Yishuang, the eldest son, had rushed back from overseas first thing that morning. The public sat stunned. Shen Corporation was legacy wealth, a pillar of the capital's business world. One of the 4 great families. But a scandal 2 years ago had cast a long shadow over that name. Word was, the eldest son had killed his own brother with his bare hands. He'd been exiled abroad as punishment. Now the old chairman was dead. And the exiled son was back. The whole murky situation just got darker. People couldn't help but wonder. With Shen Yishuang's return, was a storm about to tear through the capital? At Shen Corporation headquarters, the air was suffocating. Shen Yishuang didn't go to the morning hall the way everyone expected. He came straight here, to the chairman's office. Outside the door, senior executives stood frozen in a row, their faces carved with worry. No one dared knock. Inside that sprawling office, silence held absolute control. Shen Yishuang, dressed in a white suit, lounged back in the chairman's chair. His long legs were crossed and propped casually on the desk. Sunlight fell through the window in sharp angles, illuminating the cold, severe lines of his face. In his hand, he toyed with the chairman's nameplate. The gold lettering caught the light and flashed. He stared through the glare, lost in thought. "Let me in." A woman's scream tore through from outside. "Shen Yishuang, get out here. You bastard, face me." Her voice went ragged, but the guards blocked every lunge. A soft click. The office door opened from the inside. Shen Yishuang stood there, taking in Zhou Qimeng's rage twisted face. "Stepmother. Long time no see." He smiled wide, the greeting dripping with false warmth. "You aged horribly. Didn't the old man feed you well enough?" The executives outside all dropped their gazes. Dirty laundry of the rich was an ugly thing to witness. "You bastard. You murdered your father and you dare show your face here." Zhou Qimeng shrieked like a woman possessed, her morning clothes already a mess from struggling against the guards. "Evidence." Shen Yishuang didn't flinch. Hands in his pockets, he leaned against the doorframe. "You do know you need evidence to make an accusation like that, right? I'll find it. You just wait." She jabbed a trembling finger at him, then stormed off in a fury. "Sure. I'll be waiting. Don't take too long." He called after her, then turned to the cowering executives. His mood seemed excellent. "Spread the word. The old man's dead. Everyone take the day off to celebrate." He walked back inside and the guard pulled the door shut. The executives traded glances. In each other's eyes they saw the same stunned disbelief. Shen Corporation was headed for a reckoning. At Windsor Academy, it was gym period. The entire Class 6 had gathered in the gymnasium for shooting drills. On the court, boys and girls lined up in separate rows to take their shots. Under the teacher's supervision, everyone had to sink 10 standard shots to pass. Fu Xinyu stood last in the girls' line, but she was the first to knock out all 10 clean and drop onto the bench. The remaining girls wore expressions of pure agony. They despised this kind of sweaty exercise. The boys were mostly finished too. Only Gu Hongxian and one other guy were still testing. From the court, Gu Hongxian kept shooting desperate looks toward Fu Xinyu. She ignored every single one. The boy was simply too out of shape. Today, he could use the workout. With only 15 minutes left, the teacher finally took pity and let Gu Hongxian and a handful of struggling girls rest. Everyone practically exploded with relief. Gu Hongxian dragged himself to the bleachers and collapsed beside her. "Master, you let me die out there. I'm your one and only disciple. You didn't die. No need to revive you." Her voice was flat. He clutched his chest like he'd been stabbed. Then he froze. Beneath a basketball hoop, on the far end of the gym, a cluster of senior girls had surrounded Mu Yun. It looked like trouble. Master, look!" Gu Hongxian grabbed Fu Xinyu's sleeve. She followed his gaze and saw it. Mu Yun, being shoved hard by a girl a full head taller. The students of Class 6 saw the whole thing, but not a single one of them stepped in. They just stood there, watching like it was live gossip. There were two reasons for that. For one, she was the new girl, and nobody really knew her. For another, that old, ugly resentment toward the rich and powerful kicked in faster than common decency. The Mu family had the most influence in Class 6. So naturally, everyone looked at Mu Yun through a biased lens. Mu Yun, just because your last name is Mu doesn't mean you can be shameless. The girl pointing at Mu Yun stood a full head taller than her. Mu Yun didn't flinch. Her eyes locked on the taller girl, and she pointed right back. Yeah, I'm a Mu. That doesn't give you the right to spread lies about me. I didn't steal your disgusting boyfriend. I don't even know him. He wrote me a love letter on his own, and I didn't even read it. A ripple of excitement shot through the crowd. Oh, boyfriend war, one guy said, grinning. This should be good. Another chimed in, Mu Yan's taste can't be that bad, right? Face full of pimples. Is she talking about that junior everybody calls totally? Has to be. He's the only one with a face like that. Anyway, who cares, let's watch. Yeah. The tall girl was furious now, her crush reduced to a joke. Her face went red. She raised her hand, aiming a hard slap at Mu Yan's cheek. But before the blow could land, Mu Yun moved. She caught the girl's wrist and stopped the hit cold. Then, using the momentum, she jumped up and faster than anyone could slapped the tall girl right across the face. A sharp crack echoed through the gym. Mu Yun planted her hands on her hips and glared at the stunned girl. You thought you could hit me? Let me tell you something. I'm not just good at piano. I can fight, too. The few friends who'd come with the tall girl never expected Mu Yun to hit back. This delicate Mu heiress didn't hesitate for a second. The tall girl hadn't expected it either. But when she noticed the entire gym staring at them, her humiliation boiled into pure rage. She was not going to lose face in front of all these people. She forced her expression into something cold, then barked at her friends, what are you all standing around for? Get her! Whatever happens, I'll handle it. Today, I'm going to ruin that pretty face of hers. At her command, the girls quickly circled Mu Yun. Boss, Mu Yan's got some skill. 1 against 6. Li Jun said, surprise in his voice. He sounded genuinely impressed. He didn't know how this would end, but her attitude was solid. Yun Shu watched Mu Yun as the circle closed in. Her brow furrowed. The fight erupted, fast kicks, punches, chaos. The Class 6 students stood around like they were watching a street brawl on reality TV. Nobody helped. They pointed, they laughed, they acted like it was all a game. Mu Yun was the spoiled youngest daughter of the Mu family, but she'd learned some self-defense. Against this group, she managed to hold her own, weaving through the pack, dodging and landing a few hits. The other girls couldn't get a clean shot. Then, just as Mu Yun shoved the short-haired girl away, the tall girl who'd started it all slipped behind her. She pulled back her fist, ready to strike Mu Yun from behind. Everyone saw it. Gasps rippled through the crowd. A few voices shouted, watch out! Behind you! But Mu Yun, caught in the fight, didn't notice the danger closing in. Bang! A scream tore through the air, and chaos erupted behind Mu Yun. She spun around. Yun Shu had materialized in front of the tall girl like a ghost. A single swift kick sent the girl flying several feet back, slamming into the basketball hoop support like a broken doll. The impact shook the gym. 6 against 1. Real impressive, seniors. Yun Shu's lazy voice rang out, and a chill ran down every spine in the room. The girls who'd been fighting Mu Yun froze mid-swing. They stared at Yun Shu. The tall girl clutched her stomach, glaring up at her. Yun Shu, this has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it. Yun Shu had already built a reputation at school. The moment she appeared, everyone recognized her. And she'd been publicly announced as Mr. Fu's fiancée. Let alone made anyone think twice before crossing her. But they still hoped she'd just mind her own business. Yoon-shu didn't budge. She clasped her hands behind her back and took one slow step forward. That single step carried an invisible weight, a pressure that made everyone nearby flinch. Mu-yan's heart clenched the moment Yoon-shu stepped in. Her eyes burned red before she could stop them. She hadn't shed a tear when she was surrounded. But seeing Yoon-shu now, she couldn't hold it in any longer. The Class 6 bystanders started shouting at Yoon-shu. Yoon-shu, teach these juniors a lesson. Show them we're not a bunch of pushovers. They were thrilled, like they were watching a show put on just for their entertainment. But Yoon-shu didn't give them what they wanted. Her gaze swept the room, cold as ice. Wherever it landed, guilt flickered in their eyes. Mu-yoon is one of us in Class 6 now, Yoon-shu said, her voice calm but edged with frost. When she was surrounded, what did you all do besides watch? She let the silence hang, then her eyes sharpened. Answer me. The question shamed every last one of them into silence. I remember, Yoon-shu said, her voice slicing through the noise. Our class might have the worst grades, but we used to be the tightest. Now all you do is gossip and stir up crap. What else are you good for? The words landed like open-handed slaps. The loudest mouths dropped their heads like ostriches, unable to meet her stare. Miss Yoon, they're trying to run. A classmate shouted. The students who'd been shrinking under Yoon-shu's glare whipped around. The tall girl who'd started the fight was already slipping out from under the basketball hoop toward the exit, and her friends were right behind her. Stop them. Yoon-shu gave the order, and the classmate planted himself in front of the door. The girls shoved at him, frantic. You jumped one of ours and now you're gonna bail. Not a chance. A girl from Class 6 charged forward. The rest followed right behind her. 6 against 1. Let's see how you like 20 against 6. Come on, ladies, we've got each other's backs. With that rallying cry, they swarmed the 6 troublemakers and started hitting back. They were smaller, but there were a lot more of them. In seconds, they had the instigators surrounded. Yoon-shu stood off to the side, watching quietly. A flicker of approval crossed her eyes. This was what a class should look like, unified. No one playing spectator. Everyone stepping in together. It was worth noting that the seniors who'd started it were all girls, so only the Class 6 girls retaliated. The boys of Class 6 had just been gutted by Yoon-shu's words, and they were practically vibrating with the need to prove themselves. But they couldn't exactly throw punches at girls, so they just stood there trading awkward glances, completely stuck. Then, right when their shot at redemption seemed gone, an unexpected opportunity walked through the door. Someone must have tipped off the senior guys, because a whole crew of them came charging into the gym looking for a fight. They barely had time to register what was happening before the Class 6 boys, already dying to hit something, tackled them to the floor and started swinging. The gym erupted. Word tore through the school faster than a 5-alarm fire. The seniors, male and female, had been completely wiped out by the sophomore Class 6. The whole campus buzzed. Everyone was talking about it. In the principal's office, the principal stared at Yoon-shu and Shangfu Muse, both standing ramrod straight in front of his desk. His head throbbed. One of them had sparked the whole mess. The other had ended it. And he couldn't afford to cross either one. Shangfu Muse threw the first punch. Yoon-shu secured the victory. She dismantled dozens of seniors with nothing but words. He couldn't reprimand the first one, and he couldn't touch the second. So the principal just sat there, rubbing his temples. Right when his headache was peaking, the Class 6 homeroom teacher burst through the door, completely out of breath. Principal, I've got the full report. She gasped. Shangfu Muse did throw the first punch, but the senior girls provoked her first. She acted in self-defense. The principal listened to his daughter's report and felt his blood pressure spike another 10 points. He waved a hand. Miss Yoon, you two may go. Yes, principal. Yoon-shu nodded and turned. Shangfu Muse followed right on her heels like a loyal shadow. The moment the door clicked shut, the teacher flopped into the principal's chair and let out a long breath. Dad, you can't let our class take the fall for this. The principal gave her a dry look. Those two? Do you think I have a death wish? One was Fu Huaishang's fiancée. The other was the Shangfu family's most indulged daughter. He'd have to be insane. But you do need to keep your class under control, he added, forcing a stern expression. Sophomores ganging up on seniors, chasing them all over the gym. What kind of image does that project? Principal, that's called unity. The teacher shot to her feet and pumped a fist. When seniors tried to bully them, they didn't back down. They stood together. That's exactly what we always say, unity makes strength. The principal glared at her. Out. Get out. You're making my head worse. His daughter was a handful, and the class she taught was even worse. The teacher grinned. Yes, principal. I'm gone. Tell Mom I won't be home for dinner, okay? She slipped out of the office. On the way back to class 6, Shangfu Muse stayed glued to Yoon-shu's side. Halfway down the hall, Yoon-shu stopped short. Shangfu Muse couldn't break in time and smacked her nose right into Yoon-shu's back. Pain shot through her face, and she clapped a hand over her nose. Yoon-shu turned and took in her miserable expression. You train in martial arts. Just some self-defense basics, Shangfu Muse said, nodding like a baby chick pecking at feet. Next time you fight, stay aware of everything around you. I was able to help this time, but I might not be there next time. Yoon-shu was talking about the ambush. Shangfu Muse nodded hard. I get it. It won't happen again. If Yoon-shu hadn't shown up today, she would have been in serious trouble. Yoon-shu didn't say anything else. She just kept walking, and Shangfu Muse followed. After school, the driver arrived to pick up Yoon-shu. He watched her stroll toward the car, and remembering the message he'd just received, his mouth twitched. Yoon-shu had used words to rally the sophomores into beating up the seniors, and they won. Only she could pull off something like that. Yoon-shu got into the car, and the driver started the engine, heading for the Yoon Corporation building. Young madam, the young master will pick you up from Yoon Corporation later, the driver said. Okay. At lunch, Yoon-shu had gotten a call from her father asking her to come by the office, so she wasn't headed straight back to Royal Garden. The car pulled up quickly at Yoon Corporation. The driver rode the elevator up with her. When the doors opened, a secretary was already waiting. He bowed respectfully. Miss, good afternoon. The CEO is waiting for you in his office. Yoon-shu nodded and followed the secretary down the corridor to her father's office. Every employee they passed greeted her with deep, deliberate respect. Su Zongyuan's face lit up the moment Yoon-shu walked in. He hurried to the coffee table, uncovering the pastries and fruit he'd prepared. Yoon-shu, I just picked this up from that shop you like. He pointed to the pastries, still steaming. Yoon-shu dropped onto the couch, grabbed one, and bit into it. What do you want? Su Zongyuan sat down, practically vibrating with excitement. That plan you told me about, it worked. Shan Wangsheng's company went under. The contract is mine. He scrubbed his palms together, nervous energy spilling over. Yoon-shu nodded, face blank, and said nothing else. The truth was, the contract Su Zongyuan had just recovered was the very one Shan Wangsheng and Zhou Qimeng had schemed to steal from him. Call it returning things to their rightful owner. But she wasn't about to tell him that. All she wanted was to protect what belonged to her mother. As for exposing affairs and scheming, not her circus. Su Zongyuan saw she had zero interest and switched gears fast. So, how have you been? She hadn't set foot in the Su family home since the engagement party. He wanted to ask more, but he had no standing. Father and daughter, yes, but he'd neglected her for years. The guilt sat heavy. She picked up another pastry, took a bite, and nodded. Fine. Oh, and we got our marriage certificate. What? But your household registry is still. Su Zongyuan stopped mid-sentence. Fu Huaishang wasn't the type to let a little thing like that stop him. Something like a household registry probably didn't even matter. He asked carefully, so when are you planning the wedding? Next summer, maybe. We'll figure it out. Yunshu shrugged, unconcerned. She had a serious case of procrastination when it came to anything with complicated procedures. Su Zongyuan studied her and suddenly remembered the last time she'd been in his office back when her mother was still alive. Yunshu had been just a kid then. Now she was a grown woman, already married. Time changed everything. He stood, walked to his desk, pulled a folder from the drawer, and handed it to her. 30% of Su Corporation's shares. Your mother wanted you to have this on your wedding day, something to give you leverage with your in-laws. I've been holding them for you. Now that you're married to Fu Huaishang, these shares probably don't mean much to the Fu family, but take them anyway. It's what your mother would have wanted. Yunshu picked up the contract and scanned it. The signing date was over 10 years ago. So the scumbag father had at least kept that much principle. Fine. I'll take them. It wasn't greed. But keeping them in her hands was safer than letting Zhou Qimeng sink her claws into them. Call it safekeeping. They chatted a few more minutes, mostly Su Zongyuan talking while Yunshu offered one-word answers. Her phone buzzed a message from Fu Huaishang. He was already downstairs. I'm leaving. Fu Huaishang's here. Su Zongyuan stood quickly. Oh, right. Let me see you out. He walked her to the elevator. As he watched the car descend, something shifted inside him. The distance between him and his daughter seemed to grow wider every day. Zhou Qimeng rushed to the villa outside the city the moment she got the call. When she saw the chaos outside, her heart dropped. She stepped inside, and the scene was even worse than she'd imagined. The luxurious furniture was gone. Shan Wangzhong's antique collection had vanished. Footprints and trash littered every surface. Zhou Qimeng hurried upstairs. In the bedroom, she found Shan Wangzhong sitting there, completely defeated. Honey, what happened? Where's everything downstairs? She pressed him, urgent. He stared at her, silent. Talk to me. What's going on? How did you go bankrupt just like that? She kept pushing. The word bankrupt snapped something in him. He lunged, grabbing her by the throat and slamming her to the floor. Bankrupt? You're asking me why? I should be asking you. His eyes were bloodshot and wild, like a gambler who'd lost everything. She clawed at his hands, her face reddening. Let go. Let go. No way. This is all your fault, you bitch. You said it was a sure thing. You made me go after Su Zongyuan. And now I've been set up. I'm ruined. Happy now. The words shook, soaked in blame. Zhou Qimeng struggled, but he was too strong. Just when she thought she might black out, she gasped, the baby. The word cut through. He saw her face turning purple and immediately let go, sweeping her into his arms. Man, are you okay? I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Guilt washed over him. Then, as the full weight of his ruin hit him, Shen Wangzhong broke down sobbing. A long, heavy silence later, the two of them pulled themselves together and began plotting their revenge against Su Zongyuan. Imperial Garden Estate. After dinner, Fu Huaishang and Yunshu went to the study. Where a single desk used to be, now two sat side by side. You can do your homework here, and I'll handle business over there. He searched her eyes for approval. Perfect. This is nice. She walked toward the desk. Fu Huaishang grabbed her bag and placed it beside her seat. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the night was an ink-black canvas. Inside, warm light spilled into every corner like a gentle stream. Fu Huaishang sat at his desk, fingers flying across the keyboard as he tackled corporate affairs. His focused expression, backlit by the screen, made him look impossibly handsome. Then he heard the faint scratch of a pen pausing. He stopped typing and turned. Yunshu's pen had frozen mid-stroke, like she'd hit a wall. Stuck. He lifted his dark eyes to her. She twirled the pen between her fingers. No. I'm thinking the answer to this problem might have multiple possibilities. Her gaze stayed on the exercise book. Oh. He stood and walked over to stand behind her. A warm breath ghosted over Yunshu's earlobe a few seconds later, and she shivered. Fu Huaishang's voice came right against her ear. Yuna is right, this problem has more than one solution. I think so too. They traded a smile. An idea lit through Yunshu's mind. She turned to him with a grin. Fu Huaishang, if you ever walk away from running companies, seriously consider teaching. The corner of his mouth curved into a doting smile. His chin came to rest lightly on the crown of her head. I only teach my wife. No one else deserved that side of him. His fingers moved fast over the scratch paper, writing out the complete solutions for all three answers. The scratch of pen on paper blended with the soft clatter of the keyboard, a quiet, steady rhythm. It was a tender moment, like a painting come to life against the floor-to-ceiling window. The next day, Yunshu had barely settled into her seat when an oversized bubble tea landed on her desk. Yunshu, I'm out of the hospital. She looked up. Lu Ting stood there. Almost half a month had passed since the Taekwondo club match, and Lu Ting had finally recovered. Thank you for everything. I'm bringing you one every day from now on. Lu Ting smiled, genuine gratitude lighting her eyes. Before Yunshu could answer, another equally oversized cup hit her desk. Both Lu Ting and Yunshu turned toward the person who put it there. I'm bringing you one every day too. Mu Yun had nearly been late this morning because she stopped to buy Yunshu bubble tea. Are you two trying to give my master diabetes? San Haochen appeared beside the desk. He stared at the two giant cups both full sugar and could not figure out why girls love sweet stuff so much. No, I'll switch to half sugar. Half sugar for me too. Lu Ting and Mu Yun backpedaled fast, suddenly nervous. They only wanted to show gratitude, not make Yunshu sick. Yunshu didn't say a word. She grabbed both straws, stacked them into the cups at the same time, and took a sip from each. Both are good. Don't buy more, though. Message received. An occasional one was fine. A daily delivery was way too much. Hearing that, Lu Ting and Mu Yun let it drop, but their minds were already spinning through other gift ideas. Morning classes flew by. Lunchtime came. The moment the bell rang, Mu Yun spun around. Yunshu, let me treat you to lunch today. For helping me yesterday. I already drank your bubble tea this morning. That's thanks enough. San Haochen packed up his desk. Come on, master, time to eat. Yunshu stood and headed toward the cafeteria with San Haochen. Mu Yun trailed right behind them. But when they reached the entrance, they found the usually packed hall locked tight. A sign on the door read, out of ingredients closed today. You gotta be kidding me. A campus with tens of thousands of students and no lunch. San Haochen complained. Mu Yun popped up beside them. Right. So annoying. Let's just eat out. I already booked us a table at the place near the school gate. Yunshu glanced at Mu Yun's beaming face. You did this. Did what? San Haochen's senses tingled. Caught, Mu Yun came clean. It's not really my fault. They've been working hard. A day off here and there is good for them. Oh. So it was you. But seriously, to treat my master to a meal, you shut down the whole cafeteria. That's some serious rich girl energy right there. I'm repaying my savior. Moo-young flashed, embarrassed by Sun Hachen's teasing. Fair enough. You owe her. Without my master yesterday, who knows how beat up you'd have gotten. Sun Hachen's expression oozed smugness. Hey, Sun Hachen, Yung-shu is my benefactor, not yours. Stop running your mouth. Running my mouth. People say I'm. Master. Sun Hachen noticed Yung-shu was already walking toward the school gate. Better hurry, Miss Mu. Your benefactor's leaving. Moo-young spotted her too. This is all your fault. Yeah. All me. They bickered as they chased after her. Outside the gate, reality hit. With the cafeteria shut down, tens of thousands of students and staff had flooded the nearby restaurants. Even the road leading there was jammed. Moo-young and Sun Hachen finally caught up to Yung-shu. Come on, follow me. Moo-young pushed through the crowd and led them to a restaurant overflowing with people. Miss Mu, how long are we supposed to wait here? Sun Hachen grimaced at the sea of bodies. Moo-young waved a hand. Stop complaining and follow. She headed straight for the second floor. Yung-shu and Sun Hachen went up after her. Others waiting downstairs tried to follow, but the owner stopped them, explaining the entire upper floor had been booked out. The moment they stepped onto the second floor, it was a completely different world. Downstairs, people were crushed together, waiting. Up here. Empty. Sun Hachen caught on fast. You did this too. Moo-young ignored him and pulled Yung-shu toward a private room. Come on, savior, let's sit. The door opened from the inside. Standing there was a man in a black suit, with refined features and a cool, collected expression. Big brother. This is the savior I told you about, Yung-shu. She rescued me yesterday. The guy behind her is irrelevant, so I won't bother introducing him. Moo-young jabbed a finger back at Sun Hachen. Sun Hachen went speechless. The man gave her a stern look. Moo-young. Manners. Moo-young stuck her tongue out at him, playful. Then she turned back to Yung-shu. Yung-shu, this is my older brother. I told him everything that happened yesterday. He insisted on thanking you in person and treating you to a meal, so the cafeteria closed. So the restaurant turned into a mob scene. The man smiled politely and extended his hand. Hello, Miss Yung. I'm Shangfu Muse, Moo-young's older brother. Thank you for what you did yesterday. Yung-shu offered her hand, her nod brief and cool. It's fine. Don't worry about formalities. She looked over at Moo-young. Didn't you say we were eating? She was genuinely hungry now. Right. Let's eat. Shangfu Muse stepped aside and motioned toward the private dining room. Miss Yung, right this way. Everything's already on the table. Please let me know if you'd like anything else. They walked in, and Yung-shu settled into her seat. She gave the spread a serious once-over, then lifted her chin and met Shangfu Muse's eyes. Add a few more meat dishes. The attendant let out a quiet snort. He'd known she'd say that. After nearly a month of delivering her lunches, he knew her meat over vegetables habit inside and out. The moment he saw all those greens, he called it. Of course. I'll have them bring some out. Shangfu Muse nodded, a warm smile fixed in place. Minutes later, a server appeared with 7 or 8 platters of meat. Yung-shu didn't bother with niceties. She picked up her chopsticks and dug in. Moo-young, delighted by her complete lack of pretense, urged everyone else to start eating too. Shangfu Muse barely touched his food. Watching Yung-shu devour her meal with such enthusiasm, his mind kept circling back to what Moo-young had told him the day before. She'd gone on and on about Yung-shu. The gist was, a piano virtuoso and a fearless fighter. In Moo-young's words, taking Yung-shu as a mentor wasn't up for debate. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it. But meeting her now, everything clicked. It had barely been 10 minutes. Yet in that short window, he noticed that everything Yoon-soo said and did came without calculation. No performance. No flattery. She spoke directly, and something about her personality was, frankly, magnetic. Before long, Shang-Fu Mu's attention fixed on her like a magnet. He tracked her every movement without even realizing it. When she tipped her head back and drained an entire bowl of meatball soup in one go, the words slipped out before he could stop himself. It seems these dishes suit Miss Yan's palate quite well. The instant the sentence left his mouth, he heard how abrupt and awkward it sounded. He was annoyed at himself. Why had he just blurted that out? But Yoon-soo didn't seem to care at all. She wiped her mouth with a napkin and answered plainly, I like meat. Shang-Fu Mu stared at her open, unguarded expression and felt a strange, unfamiliar awkwardness creep up on him. He was used to handling any social situation with smooth ease, but Yoon-soo's directness had knocked him off his rhythm. He didn't quite know how to recover. My little sister is a big meat fan too. He forced his voice into something casual as he tried to steady himself. Me too. Moo Yoon chimed in. Yeah, I can tell. You already wiped out every meat dish in front of you. The attendant's comment earned him a sharp glare from Moo Yoon. After the meal, Shang-Fu Mu drove them back to the school, thanking Yoon-soo once more along the way. That afternoon, the college held an open lecture. All faculty and students packed into the multimedia room. The topic was the future of biological research. Yoon-soo found it genuinely fascinating and listened with full attention. Then a strange sensation prickled through her. She felt a burning stare fixed on her. The gaze was aggressive, penetrating, like it wanted to drill right through her body and see what lay underneath. Yoon-soo's chest tightened. She turned instinctively, but all she saw were a few students from class 6 sitting behind her. They looked confused when they caught her glancing back. By the time she turned forward again, the stare had vanished. When the lecture ended, Yoon-soo and the attendant headed back toward their classroom. The mysterious gaze returned, trailing her like a shadow. This time, she didn't look back. Whoever it was, if they tried anything, she'd just throw a punch. Meanwhile, on the floor above the multimedia room, a figure watched her retreating form with sharp interest. Shen Yishuang. He sucked on a lollipop, savoring it slowly. Boss, he's here. A bodyguard in black stepped in, followed closely by the college's discipline director. At the sound, Shen Yishuang turned with lazy indifference. The moment his eyes met the director's, Shen Yishuang's expression shifted into something eerie. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. The kind that sent a cold chill racing down anyone's spine. Young Master Shen. Long time no see. The director forced the words out, sweat already beading on his forehead. Has it been that long? What, you miss me? Shen Yishuang strolled over to a chair, dropped into it, and crossed his legs as he studied the director. Hey, you're too funny, young Master Shen. The director let out a dry, brittle laugh. Who in their right mind would miss that devil? He thought bitterly. Watching the director tremble, Shen Yishuang suddenly found the whole thing boring. The urge to toy with him evaporated on the spot. So he cut straight to the point. Tell me everything that happened with Yoon-soo from class 6 while I was gone. Leave nothing out. The director clearly hadn't expected that. He froze. Huh? Yoon-soo. She's fine. Doing fine. My patience has limits. Shen Yishuang's voice stayed unhurried, but the thread laced through it was unmistakable. Before he could finish, the lollipop slipped from his fingers. It hit the floor with a sharp crack, shattering into pieces. The sound jolted the director so hard he nearly buckled. Yoon-soo, she was, in the taekwondo club. Trembling, he stammered out everything he knew. Shen Yishuang listened without a flicker of expression, then gave a lazy wave. The bodyguard immediately escorted the director out. Once he was alone, Shen Yishuan rose to his feet. He walked to the window and stared out, his gaze settling on the exact spot where Yunshu had passed moments ago. He seemed lost in thought. Sunlight streamed through the glass, stretching a long shadow behind him. But the shadow felt hollow. No warmth to it. Minutes passed. Shen Yishuan didn't move. After a long silence, he murmured to himself, "Didn't expect you to be doing so well while I was gone. So, what am I supposed to do with you now?" The capital glittered at night, a sprawl of lights stretching in every direction. Downtown, a bar called Starry Moon Lounge had become the newest obsession for the city's young and restless. The design was sleek, unapologetically expensive, and packed with enough high-tech gimmicks to pull a crowd every single night. It had been open less than a week and was already one of the hardest spots to get into. Upstairs in a private room, Shen Yishuan sat sprawled on the sofa, legs crossed. A cigarette rested between his long fingers, smoke curling through the dim light and softening the edges of his silhouette. The door swung open and someone walked in. "I knew you'd come back." Shangfu Muse shrugged off his suit jacket and handed it to an attendant without looking. Shen Yishuan's mouth curved. "I missed you." "Of course I came back." Shangfu Muse dropped onto the sofa, grabbed a glass off the table, and drained it. "Yeah, right. You missed your girl." A bit of silence passed. Then, "So, did you see her? Please tell me you didn't leave without actually saying anything." Shen Yishuan shook his head. His voice came out rough. "Shangfu Muse, why didn't she wait for me?" "Who? Wait for what?" Shangfu Muse stared at him, completely lost. "Seriously, who are you in love with? You wouldn't say before you left, and now you're back. You gonna tell me or not?" Shen Yishuan flicked the cigarette away, sat up, and clinked his glass against his friend's. He drank deep. When he spoke again, something dark had bled into his eyes. "Fu Huaishang's fiancé." Shangfu Muse choked, coughing hard. "Fu Huaishang's fiancé? Hold on." That rang a bell. He yanked out his phone, scrolled to a news article he'd skimmed earlier, and the pieces fell into place in his head. His best friend was in love with Fu Huaishang's fiancé. His little sister's benefactor. The woman he'd met at noon today. Yunshu. He forced his breathing to steady. "Yuxuan. I don't know what to say, but you know exactly who she is. You just took over the Shen Corporation. Things are still shaky internally. I really hope you won't." "Won't what?" Shen Yishuan cut him off, dark eyes pinning his friend in place. "She's his fiancée," he said flatly. Nothing more. Yunshu was going to be his. She had to be. As for Fu Huaishang, other people might be afraid of him. Shen Yishuan wasn't. The next morning, the second Yunshu walked through the academy gates, she felt the stares. A girl from class 1 curled her lip. "Please. With Mr. Fu backing her, she thinks she can do whatever she wants." Her friend jumped in right on cue. "Right. Being arrogant is one thing. But first place in the whole grade. Perfect scores in every subject. And we're just supposed to pretend she didn't cheat. Our class's Nianru is an actual genius. This is just shameless." The venom swirled around Yunshu's ears. Her eyes chilled for a bit before her expression smoothed over. She ignored them and kept walking toward the classroom. She hadn't even reached the building when Gu Hongxian and Zhou Qimeng came sprinting toward her, both out of breath. "Master, your midterm scores are out." Gu Hongxuan's face lit up with excitement. Yunshu arched an eyebrow. "What about you two? Did you crack the top 100? "Him." Zhou Qimeng cut in before Gu Hongxian could speak. 99th. "I got 35th. Yunshu nodded. "Not bad. Gu Hongxian had real talent after all." Gu Hongxian scowled. "I could have told her myself." Zhou Qimeng grinned. "So what? What are you gonna do about it?" Gu Hongxuan's expression shifted, the excitement draining fast. Master, don't listen to the rumors. I know you have real skill. You didn't cheat. He heard about the perfect scores the moment he got to campus and the whispers that followed right behind. Zhou Qimeng nodded firmly. Yunshu, I believe you too. I'm on your side. A small, steady smile touched Yunshu's lips. Looks like you two are the ones who need reassurance. If you both believe me, there's nothing else to say. Come on. Let's go to class. Okay. The three of them headed in together. Along the way, students from their class and others threw doubtful, measuring looks. Some trailed her into the classroom, but fewer than she braced herself for. First period was the teacher's class. The bell rang and she walked in beaming. Everyone, the midterm results are in. I'm sure a lot of you already know. She paused, then turned toward Yunshu with a bright voice. This time, Yunshu achieved full marks in every single subject, earning first place in the entire grade. Let's give her a round of applause. The teacher started clapping, and Gu Hongxian, Zhou Qimeng, and several classmates cheered loud from the back. Most of the class joined in. The teacher couldn't entirely hide her surprise. She had pulled Yunshu's freshman year records. The girl hadn't passed a single course. Now, first semester of sophomore year, she had executed a perfect sweep across every subject. A genuine leap. When the bell rang for break, a classmate was scrolling on her phone. Suddenly she sucked in a sharp breath. Oh! Who posted this? What? What is it? A few classmates gathered around, but she shoved past them and rushed straight to Yunshu's desk. Yunshu, look at the school forum. She pushed her phone into Yunshu's hands, voice edged with panic. Yunshu took it. On the screen, a post headline read, with a boyfriend's backing, you can do anything. A failing student turns top scholar all hot air. The content was brutal. Side-by-side screenshots, her freshman transcript drowning in failing grades, and this midterm's perfect score report. The images said everything on their own. The gap was staggering. The comments below were worse. Vicious, ugly, everything you could imagine. Even though people were cautious about Fu Huaishang, plenty still dropped veiled little daggers about her grades being faked. Damn it. Gu Hongxian was already yanking out his laptop, jaw tight. When I find out who did this, I'm tracking the post. Yunshu, that person is definitely jealous of you, Lu Ting said, her voice burning with indignation. Before Yunshu could answer, someone outside the classroom shouted her name. Yunshu. Package delivery. She handed the phone back to Lu Ting and walked toward the door. The classroom entrance was already packed. Students stretched their necks to peer downstairs, and the moment they spotted her, they called out, Yunshu, your delivery. Look at this. Someone made space for her. Yunshu looked down. A delivery guy in uniform stood on the platform below. Next to him, a flatbed cart was piled high with an enormous bouquet of pink roses, 10,000 blooms, easily. Hey you Yunshu. Come sign for this. The flowers are way too big to bring upstairs, the delivery guy yelled, tilting his head back. Yunshu stared at the massive bouquet, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. A text notification dinged. She pulled out her phone. An unknown number. Just a few words. Congrats on your comeback. I know who sent it, Master. Li Jun burst out of the classroom just then. Go downstairs and deal with that first, Yunshu said, short and calm, then turned and walked back inside. Huh? Shouldn't they track down whoever made that post first? Li Jun was confused, but he did what she said and went to handle the flower delivery. By the time he got back, the bell for the next class had already rung. He scribbled a name on a blank piece of paper and slid it over to Yunshu. She glanced at the familiar name. Not surprised. The person who sent those flowers, though that was a lot more interesting. At lunch break, Li Jun and Mu Yun wanted to confront the person behind the post, but Yunshu held them back. They weren't happy about it. But they didn't dare disobey her. The three of them had just gotten back from the cafeteria when Young-ju called Young-shu to the principal's office. Inside, an elderly man with white hair was chatting with Su Song-yuan. From the way Principal Su spoke, the old man clearly commanded serious respect. "Principal," Young-ju said, ushering Young-shu in. Come in," Su Song-yuan said, standing to greet them. Young-ju and Young-shu stepped inside. The old man rose too, his expression warm as he looked at Young-shu. "You're Young-shu." She met his gaze. He had to be well past 70, but his presence radiated energy. She nodded. "Yes, I'm Young-shu. Finally get to meet you in person." The old man laughed, deep and hearty. Young-shu blinked. Su Song-yuan jumped in fast. "Young-shu, this is Professor Gu Hongxian, one of the founders of Chinan Academy and a senior official at the Ministry of Education. Just call me old Gu." He waved a hand. Titles never mattered much to him. "Hello, old Gu," Young-shu said, her voice clear and unbothered. Su Song-yuan panicked. He hadn't actually expected her to call him that. "Young-shu, you really shouldn't be so informal." "No need to be nervous, classmate Young," Gu Hongxian said, still smiling. His admiration was written plainly across his face. Young-shu shook her head, completely at ease. "I'm not nervous. That attitude, I like it." Gu Hongxian's praise left Su Song-yuan and Young-ju trading awkward glances. "Please, Professor Gu, let's sit down and talk," Su Song-yuan said, gesturing everyone toward their seats. Once they settled, Gu Hongxian spoke first, beaming at Young-shu. "Kid, perfect scores across all subjects on this month's exam. Well done." At his words, Su Song-yuan and Young-ju nodded with shared pride. Young-shu's results had crushed every top rank at Chinan. "I read your paper on quantum node network theory. You got real insight. Mind discussing it with me?" Professor Gu was the chief examiner for this month's test, Su Song-yuan explained. "Sure." Young-shu nodded, her voice steady. "Zero arrogance. In my view of quantum node network theory, everything people, objects can be represented through data." She spoke with fluid confidence, her voice filling the office. In the first classroom, two girls rushed in. They whispered something in Zhou Qimen's ear, and the three of them hurried out toward the principal's office. Mu Yun had been spacing out during the break when she caught sight of Zhou Qimen and her friends. She immediately shook Li Jun awake. "Wake up!" Li Jun was dead asleep. He jolted upright at her shout. Zhou Qimen's heading to the principal's office. Young-shu's there too. Mu Yun ran out without waiting. Li Jun snapped alert and chased after her. Lu Ting and a few others, catching their panicked expressions, took off right behind them. Outside the principal's office, Zhou Qimen smoothed her clothes, fixed her hair, every detail perfected so she looked flawless the moment Professor Gu stepped out. "Don't be nervous, Kimang. If that cheater isn't scared, why should you be?" the girl beside her said. "Exactly. Once Professor Gu comes out, we'll expose her. Then let's see if she still has the nerve to show her face at Chinan," another added. Zhou Qimen smiled, grateful. "Thank you both so much. Don't mention it. Somebody already outed her on the forum. We're just saying what everyone's thinking. Don't worry." At the mention of the forum, Zhou Qimen's expression flickered awkward, but she recovered fast. Just then, Li Jun and the others arrived. "What are you doing here?" the girl with Zhou Qimen demanded before Li Jun could even get a word out. Mu Yun shoved Li Jun aside and stepped forward. "None of your damn business. This is the principal's office, not your house. Why shouldn't we be here?" Zhou Qimen took an instinctive step back when she saw Mu Yun. The girl who'd spoken didn't dare reply. The Mu family name carried weight, and everyone knew it. So the two groups stood guard on opposite sides of the principal's office door. Before long, people started noticing. And the rumors began to spread. More and more students gathered outside the principal's office. Inside the brightly lit room, Gu Hongshuan's gaze kept drifting back to Su Xinyue. The reluctance was plain on his face. His voice dropped lower. Miss Su, are you sure you won't reconsider Chinan? I could mentor you personally. This kind of opportunity doesn't come around often. They just had a deep conversation. Over the past few minutes, Gu Hongxian had been thoroughly impressed by Su Xinyue's academic level, her breadth of vision, and the unique way she approached problems. He taught thousands of students over his career, but Su Xinyue was one of the rare few he genuinely wanted to guide himself. His repeated offer made Zhang Chengming and Zhang Xiying, who stood nearby, tense up. They both admired Su Xinyue's talent and potential, and they didn't want to see her leave either. But they also knew they couldn't hold her back out of self-interest. That conflict twisted them up inside. Su Xinyue stood straight, a faint look of apology on her face. I'm sorry, Professor Gu. For now, I'd rather stay at Windsor. Gu Hongxian paused for a bit at her answer, then let out a warm laugh. All right then. I respect your decision. But if you ever change your mind, reach out any time. His tone stayed easy, no trace of disappointment or pressure. Well, I've taken up enough of your time. I'll be on my way. Zhang Chengming stepped forward. Professor Gu, allow us to walk you out. Zhang Xiying opened the office door and froze at the sight before her. The hallway was packed. Her own students, plus kids from other classes, all arguing heatedly about something. What are you all doing here? Zhang Xiying demanded. Gao Feng started to answer, but the girl who had come with Su Nianru cut him off. She spotted Gu Hongxian behind Zhang Xiying and raised her voice loud enough to carry. Professor Gu. Su Xinyue cheated on this month's exam. Don't let her fool you. The accusation landed like a bomb. The crowd erupted. No way, the students from Class 1 chimed in. She used to fail everything. There's no way she suddenly aces all subjects without cheating. Exactly. She had to have copied someone. How else could she pull that off? Class 1 had always sat at the top of the rankings, and now Su Xinyue from the worst class had stolen their spot. They were furious. They kept hurling accusations, getting more and more worked up. Some even veered into personal attacks. Gao Feng's face burned red with anger. He glared at them and fired back. Bullshit. My mentor would never cheat. You're just jealous she beat you. Yeah, Class 6 is stronger than your Class 1 any day. Gao Feng and Shangfu Muyun jumped into the fray together. Quit talking nonsense. The Class 6 students shouted. You're the ones talking nonsense. You just can't stand seeing someone else succeed. What proof do you even have that Su Xinyue cheated? You're just trying to set her up. The shouting match exploded. The hallway was louder than a marketplace. Everyone, quiet down. Zhang Chengming could not believe his students were making a scene right in front of Professor Gu. His roar cut through the noise and silenced the crowd. Principal, Class 1 has crossed the line. They're falsely accusing Su Xinyue of cheating. You have to stand up for her. Shangfu Muyun's voice crackled with righteous anger. She was not afraid of the principal. She was going to call these pests out today. And Su Nianru posted on the school forum this morning, slandering Su Xinyue. That's defamation. It violates school rules. Zhang Chengming looked at Shangfu Muyun, then shifted his gaze to the Class 1 students. He knew exactly what was running through their minds. Hell, even he had felt a flicker of doubt when he first saw Su Xinyue's exam results. But just now, after hearing her conversation with Professor Gu, every last trace of suspicion had vanished. Your students. If you have a concern, you go to a teacher or report it through proper channels. You do not stand around shouting accusations like this. It's disgraceful. His tone was sharp. Then he shifted, his voice turning grave. As for the claim that Su Xinyue cheated, I will swear on my reputation right here and now. Su Xinyue absolutely did not cheat. Zhang Chengming was that certain because he asked himself the same question earlier. If Professor Gu had posed that question to him, he wouldn't have been able to answer it either. The Class 6 students, hearing the principal personally vouch for Su Xinyue, puffed out their chests like they'd been shot full of adrenaline. Pride was written all over their faces. But the other students still looked skeptical. They whispered among themselves, unconvinced of Su Xinyue's innocence. Then someone in the crowd muttered, just loud enough to slice through the silence. Her fiancé is the young Master Fu. Of course you'd be willing to vouch for her, Principal Zhang. The words hung in the air like a slap. Zhang Chengming's face darkened. Before he could fire back, Gu Hongxian, who had stayed silent until now, stepped forward. His voice was calm but carried an unmistakable authority. Students, I believe I understand what's troubling you. He paused. You suspect Miss Su Xinyue's exam results are questionable. Is that correct? His tone was even, as if the question were no great matter. But his words made everyone fall silent. The Class 1 students nodded in unison. That was exactly it. Gu Hongxian looked at them. Very well, then. He turned to Zhang Chengming. Principal Zhang, would you mind if I borrow the classroom? Zhang Chengming waved his hand quickly. Of course not, Professor Gu. Please, go right ahead. Since you all have doubts, I'll give you a few questions right now. Other than Miss Su Xinyue, any student who believes they're capable may join this on-site exam. How does that sound? The students who'd been questioning Mu Yun cracked their knuckles. Fine, Professor Gu. We'll do it your way. No loopholes, no special treatment. That's more like it. San Haochen watched the loudest complainers with a lazy smirk. Go ahead, run your mouths. Just don't cry when you get wrecked in front of everyone. The whole group filed into the lecture hall. The room was big and bright, but the air had shifted. Todd. The 25 students taking the test filled the first 2 rows. Everyone else, the spectators, sat behind them. At the front, Professor Gu Hongxian and Director Jiang stood shoulder to shoulder. Gu swept his gaze across the seated students. 3 questions. They cover everything you've been taught. Read carefully. Think before you write. You have 30 minutes. I'll grade every answer right here, in real time. In the back row, Zhou Qimeng locked her eyes on the back of Mu Yan's head. This is it. Today, Professor Gu will finally see the truth. There's no way that girl aced every single subject on her own. Most of the test takers shared the thought. They wanted to watch Mu Yun get exposed. But they also wanted something else, a shot at impressing Professor Gu. Maybe even a ticket into Qing'an Academy. Nobody argued. Gu turned to the board and wrote 3 questions in quick, clean strokes. By the time they finished reading the first question, pain expressions rippled through the rows. These are brutal, Shangfu Muse murmured, leaning close to San Haochen. San Haochen didn't flinch. Brutal? Yeah, for me. But my master. She'll eat this alive. Shangfu Muse caught his confidence and nodded. Yeah. I believe in her too. 10 minutes passed. Gu gave the signal. Begin. The room dropped into silence. Nothing but pens scratching paper. Furrowed brows. A few sharp inhales. Then frantic scribbling. Minutes slipped by. Sweat beaded above more than a few upper lips. The half-hour vanished. Time was up. The director gathered the answer sheets and stacked them on the podium. Professor Gu fed them through a scanner, projecting each one onto the massive screen at the front. He was grading them publicly. Now the whole room, competitors, spectators, everyone could watch the results unfold in real time. Nobody could cry foul. Professor Gu picked up a red pen. The first answer sheet hit the screen. His expression darkened. The students held their breath as their own handwriting flashed before them. One by one, The red marks appeared. Most of them sank deeper into their seats. Wrong. Wrong. 3 questions, 3 strikes. More than a few missed every single one. By the time the first 24 sheets were graded, the whispering started. Wait, all of them failed. Look at Zhou Qimeng from class 1. She only got 1 right. And she's the top student. Professor Gu does not mess around. There's only 1 left. Mu Yan's. Look. Gu projected the final sheet. Guests shot through the classroom. What the hell? She only answered the first question. The other 2 just say wrong. Quiet. Let the professor speak. Gu stared at Mu Yan's answers. The first question was correct and she used a method typically reserved for upperclassmen. For the second and third, she'd written the same word in each box, wrong. The professor pressed his red pen down. A large check mark appeared over the first question. Then another check over the second. And another over the third. The room erupted. But Gu raised a hand, and the noise cut off. The results are final. 25 participants. 23 got every question wrong. 1 student got a single answer correct. Mu Yun got all 3. He paused, scanning their faces. I know what you're asking. Why did I mark her correct for questions she called wrong? Because those last 2 questions, the ones I wrote, were flawed. They were mistakes. Guests again. A professor can make a mistake. Gu snapped back. Why couldn't I? An exam tests more than memorization. It tests judgment. That's the point of multiple choice. That's the point of true-false questions. You all sensed something was off, but not one of you had the nerve to call it. The room went dead quiet. They had felt it, that nagging wrongness. None of them had dared say it. So, Gu said, casting a slow look around the room, does anyone still have an issue with Mu Yan's midterm grade? Heads dropped. A few faces flashed deep red. What could they possibly say now? Her score spoke for itself. Gu glanced at Mu Yun. She was still twirling her pen between her fingers, expression unchanged, like she was just passing through on her way somewhere more interesting. The more he looked at her, the more he liked what he saw. Cool under pressure. Steady. Unbothered. That was the kind of temperament that would carry someone far. In the back, Sun Haochen and Shangfu Muse were already on their feet. Mu Yun, you're a legend. Best in the school. Director Jiang rose and faced the students. I trust nobody in this room still questions Mu Yan's grades. You all seen what she can do. From now on, think for yourselves. Don't just parrot what other people whisper in your ear. Director. Shangfu Muse's voice cut from the back. This whole mess started because of Zhou Qimeng. She's the one who posted the anonymous thread on the school forum. Zhou Qimeng was already edging toward the door, trying to melt into the chaos. But the accusation pinned her in place. Director Jiang turned toward the top student of class 1, something heavy settling in his expression. Zhou Qimeng, do you have anything to say for yourself? Zhou Qimeng's heart lurched. She opened her mouth, scrambling for the wounded act that always worked before. But something was different now. The classmates who'd been sitting beside her just minutes ago had already moved, putting distance between them the moment Mu Yan's score hit the screen, the moment Shangfu Muse called her out. She couldn't find a single word. All she could do was stand there, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Chengming looked at her. Su Xinyue, she accused you. What do you want to do about it? Su Xinyue cut a flat glance toward Su Nianru. School rules. Fine. Then school rules it is. The administration will post the outcome Monday morning. And just like that, the whole grand cheating scandal collapsed the moment Su Xinyue proved exactly what she was capable of. Windsor Academy parking lot. The second Su Xinyue stepped outside, Fu Yancheng was already moving toward her. He took her backpack with one hand and threaded his fingers through hers with the other. What held you up? His voice was low, easy. Makeup exam. Took a little longer than I planned. She didn't mention the rest. It wasn't worth the oxygen. They slid into the Rolls-Royce and the car eased out of Windsor Academy. Su Xinyue glanced out the window. Where are we going? This isn't the way back to Royal View Garden. Fu Yanchen pulled out a wet wipe and cleaned the last traces of snack crumbs from her fingers. Dinner. Night fell as the car rolled to a stop beside the sea. Shoreline neon blazed in every color, its reflection shattering across the dark water in long ribbons of light. A luxury yacht sat still at the dock, its hull massive and sleek, impossible to ignore. Fu Yanchen held Su Xinyue's hand as they walked toward it. She took in the vessel, supposedly the largest and fastest yacht on the water, and said, Fu Yanchen, you're loaded. Behind them, Shi Han nearly choked. Young master's rich, sure. And that's about all he's got going for him tonight. Fu Yanchen looked at her, dead serious. Well, right now you've got more than I do. A pause. I already handed over every last asset as your betrothal gift. Su Xinyue's mind flicked straight to that absurdly thick stack of property deeds and account statements. That's right. So all of this is mine now. Me included. Shi Han stopped walking. He stared at the two figures ahead, eyes wide. If he hadn't been shadowing the young master all day, he'd swear somebody had swapped the man out. This soft, devoted act was the polar opposite of the domineering boss he knew. The yacht's interior was pure luxury. A full bar. A plush private cinema. An elegant dining room. Even a golf simulator. Su Xinyue stood in the center of the main salon, taking in the 180-degree ocean view through floor-to-ceiling windows. She reached out and touched the glass. Not bad. Bulletproof windows. The deck they'd crossed earlier was reinforced with impact-resistant composite materials. She turned. Are we eating here tonight? It's the weekend. We're heading out to sea. 2 days. No Royal View Garden. Lang Yan appeared. Young master, young madam, dinner is ready. Fu Yanchen nodded, took Su Xinyue's hand, and led her toward the dining room. When Su Nianru got home, dinner was already on the table. She stepped into the living room just as Li Man called out from the dining area. Nianru. Come eat. Su Nianru dragged herself in and shot a disgusted look at Wang Shangan sitting at the head of the table. Li Man's face tightened. Child, why don't you greet your uncle? Su Nianru wasn't in the mood to perform for anyone today. She said nothing. I asked you Wang Shangan cut her off. Enough. The kid's been at school all day. If she doesn't want to talk, let it go. Don't push. Li Man glared at him, annoyed, but held her tongue. Wang Shangan picked up a piece of food and dropped it into Su Nianru's bowl. She stared at it like it was contaminated, set her chopsticks down, and stood. I'm done. She turned and headed straight upstairs. Look at her. Just look. Li Man started to rise, ready to chase after her, but Wang Shangan caught her arm. Slow down. The kid needs time to accept me. Force it, and they'll only push back harder. Besides, the old man doesn't have much time left. Be patient. He ladled soup into Li Man's bowl, his voice coaxing. Her expression finally eased. Upstairs, Su Nianru was still sitting over what happened at school. She punched her stuffed toy, and her stomach lurched. She clamped a hand over her mouth and bolted to the bathroom. A long while later, she collapsed onto her bed, face pale. This is all Su Xinyue's fault. And that man downstairs. They're making me sick so I can't eat. She blamed everyone inside for her misery. This house is suffocating. Dad never comes home. That bastard downstairs won't leave. Nothing's gone right in days. She grabbed her phone and dialed Sushi. Same dead voicemail. She hadn't reached him once in a solid week. She'd even wondered if her phone was broken. A brand new device gave her the exact same result. Furious, she snatched up the stuffed toy and hurled it at the wall. Far out on the night sea, the yacht cruised as if it had become part of the ocean itself. Its warm amber lights glowed against the black water, dreamlike. After dinner, Fu Yanchen and Su Xingyue stepped out onto the deck together. The sea breeze swept past, cool and clean. Su Xingyue stood still, her pink dress catching the wind like a blossom unfurling against the night. She let her gaze rest on the deep, dark expanse, and her mind finally quieted. Fu Yanchen had changed into an off-white casual set, his tall frame relaxed, his presence effortless. He came to stand beside her, slid an arm around her shoulders, and looked down at her pale face with eyes that held the stars. Do you like it? She tilted her face up to meet his gaze. A smile flickered there, soft as spring. I do. It's peaceful out here. I can breathe. Their eyes held. The world went still. A heartbeat later, Fu Yanchen bent down and brushed his lips over hers, light as a feather. Yunshu trembled, then closed her eyes and let herself sink into the sweetness of his kiss. Her hands slid up around Fu Huaishang's neck, and she kissed him back. After a long moment, his lips trailed slowly across her cheek until they rested beside her ear. His breath was hot and soft, making her earlobe prickle with heat. Sure, hurry up and grow up. His voice was low and husky, rough with possessive tenderness and aching hope. Why did he always say that to her? When she opened her eyes and saw the raw hunger burning in his gaze, she finally understood. Back in the X world, she'd been 27. She'd never been in love, but she damn well recognized longing when she saw it. Her eyes glistening, Yunshu rose on her tiptoes and whispered against his ear, actually, 21 isn't that young anymore. Sure. His Adam's apple bobbed. The darkness in his eyes erupted like fireworks. She gave him one small nod. Fu Huaishang bent, scooped her up in a single swift motion, and carried her into the bedroom. Yunshu's body had almost completely recovered, but she had to admit she was no match for Fu Huaishang in that department. She'd heard all her life that men and women were built different. Now she believed it. She had zero memory of how she fell asleep the night before. When the first rays of morning light slipped through the curtains, Yunshu, for the first time in either of her lives, stayed in bed. She was too exhausted. She didn't even have the strength to move. She shifted a little in Fu Huaishang's arms, curled up like a lazy kitten, and drifted back to sleep. Fu Huaishang's gaze never left her delicate face. His eyes, usually deep as still water, now held a flicker of regret. She'd been far too sweet last night. He'd lost all control and taken too much. Seeing the marks still visible on her pale neck and shoulders, he felt a pang of remorse and an overwhelming happiness. He laced his fingers gently through hers, feeling the warmth of her soft palm. Then he pulled out his phone, opened the camera, and froze that tender moment in a photo. He uploaded it to his Weibo account, the one he registered years ago but never once used, and added a caption, "Love you, my love." After posting, he set the phone aside and pulled Yunshu tighter against him, savoring her warmth and softness. On that quiet stretch of sea, the two of them were completely lost in each other's embrace. Neither of them had any idea of the storm that single post was about to unleash. Weibo's staff were the first to feel the impact. Young Master Fu, who hadn't posted in 10 years, brought the servers crashing down with one update. The tech team scrambled to fix it, but the traffic was too heavy. Servers crashed again and again. Netizens went wild. After all, this was the capital's most eligible bachelor. He'd already gone public with his engagement, and now he was sharing a sweet, hand-touching photo. Full-blown public display of affection. Comments flooded in a mass of blessings, jokes, and envy. Young Master Fu is showing off his love. Wow, my idol is taken again. Whatever, if my idol loves her, I love her too. Come at me, Haters. Blessings to you both. Miss Young and young Master Fu, may you be happy forever. The Fu Corporation's official website was flooded within minutes too. But contrary to expectations, most people came to send well wishes, not attacks. Of course, a few sour voices popped up, people mocking Yoon-shu or bad-mouthing her. But the moment those comments appeared, they vanished like magic, erased by some invisible hand. Lee Jun loved scrolling through Weibo. He had a decent following himself. When he saw Fu Huaishang's post, he nearly bit his toothbrush in half. Holy crap! The young madam is incredible. He didn't even bother rinsing his mouth. He dashed toward Fu Huaishang's bedroom only to be stopped by Sun Haochen. Young Master Fu and the young madam are still resting. You can't go in. Li Jun just stood there, mouth full of toothpaste foam, speechless. First young Master Fu slept in. Now the young madam was sleeping in too. Never mind. Li Jun stayed right where he was and started scrolling. Within minutes, Fu Huaishang's post was trending. Comments refreshed by the second. Li Jun couldn't keep up. At the Fu family mansion. As a veteran internet surfer, Master Fu had already seen the post. He couldn't stop singing Yoon-shu's praises. Little Shu is wonderful. Look how much my grandson has changed since she came along. Before, he worried Fu Huaishang might never even post about a girl. Hell, he feared his grandson might be into men. But now he was publicly showing off his love. Little Shu had trained him well. Pretty soon, there'll be a chubby little one toddling around this old mansion. Gu Hongxian and Mu Yun saw the post too. They wanted to forward some of the funniest comments to Yoon-shu only to realize she didn't have a Weibo account. So Gu Hongxian sent her a text. No reply came. At the Shen family villa, Shen Yishuan stepped out of the bathroom in his bathrobe, wet hair still dripping water. He walked to the sofa in the bedroom, picked up a cigarette from the coffee table, lit it, and took a long, slow drag. Smoke curled around his fingers, rising and blurring his face. He smoked and idly reached for his phone. The instant he turned it on, a push notification from Weibo's official account popped onto the screen. His expression went ice cold. His relaxed body snapped rigid. He stared at the screen like he could bore a hole straight through the words. Suddenly, he stood. His arm shot up, and he hurled the phone at the floor-to-ceiling window. Crash! The phone hit the glass like a cannonball, shattering into pieces. Shen Yishuan's eyes went bloodshot. He braced his hands against the window, his whole body trembling. His gaze dropped to the trees below. The peaceful green seemed especially glaring now. She hadn't realized how far past noon it was. A soft sound slipped from Yoon-shu as she drifted back to consciousness, still tangled in Fu Huaishang's arms. When she lifted her head, his face was right there, sharp jaw, dark eyes already on her. You're awake. His voice scraped out, rough with sleep. She nodded, shifting slightly, and her fingers brushed his bare chest. Heat flooded her cheeks. I'm up. Fu Huaishang took in that shy look and gave into impulse. He pulled her tighter and kissed her. I'm sorry. I got too rough last night. The regret in his tone sounded genuine. Yoon-shu reached out from under the covers and pressed her fingers against his mouth. Don't. I'm hungry. She was usually direct, but right now she wanted to vanish under the blankets the second he looked away. Fu Huaishang nodded, silently swearing he'd stop. Only then did she pull her hand back. All right. Let's get up and eat. He tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ear, his voice soft. He climbed out of bed, and Yoon-shu squeezed her eyes shut. She didn't open them again until she heard the shower start. Then she scrambled to get dressed as fast as possible. Every movement reminded her how sore she still was. But her regular training paid off, at least she wasn't completely wrecked. The bathroom door creaked open. Fu Huaishang stepped out with a single toss long low on his hips. Water traced a path down his forehead, his cheek, his neck, over his chest, down his abs, and disappeared where the towel cut off the view. Yunshu watched the whole thing and felt genuinely in danger of self-combusting. Need help? Fu Huaishang had no idea how flustered she was. She waved both hands frantically. No, I'm good. She hustled into the bathroom and shut the door. Staring at her flushed reflection, Yunshu realized something. She really had changed. When did a man's looks start hitting her this hard? In the dining room, the table was already loaded. The butler had planned for 3 people's worth of food, knowing Yunshu would be eating for 2 meals at once. She felt a little shy around Fu Huaishang earlier, but the sight of that spread erased everything else from her head. Her appetite was huge when she ate on schedule, and having skipped a meal left her genuinely miserable. She started eating without a word. Fu Huaishang cut her steak, poured her soup, barely touching his own plate. Only after she was full did she finally feel human again. Once lunch was over, Fu Huaishang had urgent work to handle, so Yunshu headed onto the deck to soak up some sun. The light was soft where she settled, the sea breeze hitting just right. She grabbed her phone, now fully charged, and powered it on. Dozens of messages flooded in at once. Almost all of them were from Gu Hongxian and Shangfu Muse. It took her a moment to piece together the comments they forwarded. She quickly registered a social media account, found Fu Huaishang's post, liked it, then shared it with the caption, "Me too." But her account was brand new. 0 followers. The share didn't make a ripple, it just blended in with all the playful accounts pretending to be Fu Huaishang's girlfriend. The sea breeze was so soothing she started to drift again. By the time Fu Huaishang finished his work and stepped outside, she was already asleep. It wasn't laziness. She barely slept the night before, and her body had finally hit its limit. He lifted her carefully into his arms. She blinked awake long enough to see it was him, then let herself sink straight back under. He laid her on the bed and pulled a thin blanket over her. Looking down at her peaceful, sleeping face, a deep, quiet fullness settled in his chest. Shen Corporation. It was the weekend, the building officially closed. But Shen Yishuan showed up with 0 warning. The executives who got the news rushed in as fast as they could. Inside the conference room, the air conditioning was blasting. A few of them were actually shivering. Shen Yishuan sat at the head of the table, his sharp gaze slicing through the room. Then he spoke, each word slow and deliberate. I want to know exactly how long it will take to sever all ties with Fu Corporation. The question landed like a gut punch. Why would they end a partnership that had been running smoothly for years? The finance director stood. Mr. Shen, we've done business with Fu Corporation for a decade. It's been mutually beneficial the entire time. Cutting ties abruptly would seriously damage the company's long-term development. A sales manager rose next. Mr. Shen, the finance director is right. Too many segments of our business depend on Fu Corporation. If we actually go through with this, we could face slam. The crack echoed through the conference room. Shen Yishuan had slammed his laptop shut, cutting the sales manager off cold. I asked how long it would take to cut ties. I didn't ask for a lecture on the risks. Is that clear? His voice carried pure, unmistakable fury. The executives traded nervous glances. No one dared speak. Everyone in that room knew young Master Shen was volatile on a good day. Since the old Mr. Shen had passed, working under Shen Yishuan felt like walking a tightrope over broken glass. Nothing to say. Shen Yishuan rose and slid his hands into his trouser pockets, heading toward the door. 1 month. If you can't make it happen, I'll find people who can. The door clicked shut, and a collective exhale swept through the conference room. Working for a tyrant was always the same. The danger never changed its shape, whether ancient or modern. When Yunshu opened her eyes again, awareness came back in fragments. Her gaze drifted to the sofa by the window. Fu Huaishang was lounging there, fingers tapping at his laptop. The last of the sunset spilled through the window, painting him in soft, golden light. That gentle glow made his already striking features impossible to look away from. He caught her waking from the corner of his eye and set the laptop aside instantly, crossing to the bed. "Sleep well?" he asked, voice low, reaching out to gently massage her temples. His touch was careful, almost tender, like he was afraid of hurting her. Yunshu had slept deep. Fu Huaishang knew exactly why, exhaustion from last night. I feel so much better now." Fu Huaishang looked at her pale face and the guilt pressed hard against his ribs. "I'm sorry, sure. I promise I'll get a handle on myself from now on." He'd gone over those words so many times in his head. He was not a man ruled by impulse. But last night he'd lost every shred of control. He kept Yunshu awake until she slept through nearly the entire day. "Damn it." Yunshu shook her head. Her voice came out shy and small. "Don't say that, it wasn't only your fault." Each word dropped softer until it was barely a whisper. "What did you say?" "Sure." Fu Huaishang hadn't caught a single syllable. "Nothing. Just stop talking about it." She was done discussing the subject. Completely done. "Fine. I'll stop." After they cleaned up, Yunshu followed Fu Huaishang onto the yacht. It had already docked at the shore of a small island. "Where are we?" She hadn't expected to wake up somewhere entirely new after sleeping away the whole afternoon. Maguang Island. A new nature resort Fu Corporation developed. "We're staying here tonight." He took her hand and guided her off the yacht. From the balcony of their seaside villa, the setting sun washed everything in amber warmth. Yunshu wore a sea blue halter dress that made her look absolutely luminous. She stretched, letting the ocean breeze skim her skin. Her mood was unusually light. The island was gorgeous bathed in light, exactly like the name promised. Whether from the bright electric lamps or the warm sunlight, everything glowed with a spellbinding warmth that set her completely at ease. Their villa was the largest on the island, and the view from the balcony was nothing short of spectacular. Below, an enormous infinity pool caught the sunlight, its water glinting like scattered glass. A small path beside it led straight to the ocean. The waves lapped against the shore in a slow, steady rhythm. Yunshu stepped back inside the living room. Fu Huaishang wasn't there. She walked outside and spotted him talking with Li Jun. She stood quietly a few paces behind them and waited. A few minutes later, Li Jun left. Fu Huaishang turned and found Yunshu sitting on the steps, sipping a glass of coconut water like she had all the time in the world. The corner of his mouth lifted. He crossed the distance in a few long strides and crouched in front of her. "Sure, want to go out and have some fun?" Her eyes brightened. "Sure." From the balcony it looked pretty lively down there. "Good. Wherever you want to go, we'll go. But first, you have to come with me while I change." He took her hand and drew her back inside. "Change?" He looked fine already. Black trousers, white shirt. What was there to change? A moment later they stood inside the villa's walk-in closet. Her dresses hung in neat rows alongside his t-shirts and casual pants side by side, separate but somehow perfectly balanced. "You're wearing blue, so I'll wear this light blue t-shirt and white pants. What do you think? Does it match?" He held up the shirt and waited for her verdict. She looked at the shirt in his hand, then down at her dress. Her heart did a small flutter. The colors were so close. They looked like they were wearing matching couple outfits. "It works. Looks good." Satisfied, he started changing. He grabbed the hem of his shirt and pulled it off in one clean motion, exposing a carved chest and an eight-pack of hard-cut muscle. His wheat-toned skin caught the light, a sharp contrast against the black of his trousers. The visual hit her right in the stomach. Yunshu's pulse jumped. She spun around immediately, unable to keep her eyes on him. Her cheeks burned. But deep down she had to admit it, his body was so stunning it was almost impossible to look away. He wasn't about to let her escape that easily. If she wouldn't look, he'd simply make her. Fu Huaishan stepped in front of her, still shirtless, the t-shirt dangling from his hand. A wicked smile pulled at the corner of his mouth. Sure, how about helping your husband get dressed? Her face went crimson. No. Do it yourself. Fine. I'll do it myself. His smile deepened as he began pulling the shirt on slowly. What should have taken 2 seconds turned into a full-scale performance, as complicated as some elaborate ceremonial robe. He dragged out every movement, making sure she saw every single one. His cool, clean scent flooded her senses and kicked her pulse even higher. Fu Huaishan, if you don't hurry up, I'm leaving. All right, almost done. He answered, and his movements suddenly sped up. But he moved too fast. Before she could even react, he'd already unbuckled his belt and, with one quick motion, dropped his trousers right in front of her. An all too familiar yet completely jarring sight filled her vision with zero warning. Even though fabric still covered him, her face caught fire. Embarrassment and sheer mortification made it impossible to stay. She fled. Watching his wife bolt from the room, Fu Huaishan finally picked up his pace. Yunshu sat on the living room sofa, struggling to catch her breath. The image from moments ago kept replaying in her mind. Her cheeks felt scorching. When had he become like this? He used to be a temptation, but now he was turning into a full-blown fox spirit, luring her in on purpose. And what about her? A wave of irritation pricked at her. It wasn't like she'd never seen a naked man before. So why did she fall apart whenever it came to Fu Huaishan's body? Ugh. She didn't get it. She just did not get it. While she was still muttering to herself, Fu Huaishan walked up fully changed. He spotted her on the sofa, lips moving in silent complaint. Sure, let's go. Yunshu didn't so much as glance at him. She stood up and headed straight for the door, never looking back. Fu Huaishan caught up in 2 strides. Behind them followed Li Jun and Luo Zhongchen, plus a full security detail. Luo Zhongchen watched Fu Huaishan repeatedly try to lean his head against Yunshu's shoulder, only to get shoved away coldly every single time, and he couldn't help thinking it was painful to watch. He shot Li Jun a look, trying to get him to notice the scene. But Li Jun ignored him completely, his face utterly blank as he trailed along behind them. As dusk fell and the sun slipped behind the mountains, Maguang Island lit up with a blaze of lights that made the scenery even more breathtaking. The island wasn't just about natural beauty. The facilities were world-class. Beyond the rustic lodges and local dining spots, a sleek commercial street offered endless shopping and entertainment. It was the perfect escape. Fu Huaishan walked the island paths with Yunshu, stopping to browse handmade trinkets from local artisans and sharing a juice that tasted like nothing she had before. Eventually, they reached a restaurant unlike any other, built entirely from woven bamboo. The roof, the walls, the floors. Everything was intricately crafted from it. The restaurant manager greeted them with a broad smile. CEO Fu, MRS Fu. Your private room is ready. Please, follow me. Fu Huaishan gave a slight nod, took Yunshu's hand, and led her inside. As they moved through the space, she noticed every detail tied back to bamboo woven paintings on the walls, small bamboo sculptures tucked into the corners. The whole place hummed with a fresh, natural energy. When she stepped into the private room, the first thing that hit her was the green. The walls were still bamboo weave, and even the cups and chairs at the table were made from it. The table sat right beside an open window, and through it, the distant sea shimmered in layered shades of blue, blending into the lush trees outside. A soft breeze drifted in, carrying air so clean it felt like it was waking up her lungs. Fu Huaishan, You really outdid yourself with this resort island, Yunshu said, settling into her seat and gazing out at the glittering water. I'm glad you love it. Sure. From now on, I'll have the development team build more resorts. We can take a vacation whenever we want. How does that sound? He'd spent a long while coaxing her back into speaking to him. Now that the island had her smiling, he wasn't about to miss the chance to score some points. Yunshu thought it over and nodded. Sure. We can bring Grandpa too. He loved this place. Good. Whatever my wife wants. Fu Huaishang agreed without hesitation. Just then, the manager led a team of waiters into the room. They set an exquisite meal on the table, every dish placed with precision. Once everything was arranged, the manager stepped back outside to wait near the door, ready for any request. Fu Huaishang lifted the bottle of red wine, swirled it gently, then held the glass out toward Yunshu. Wine, sure. Absolutely. The moment practically demanded it. He poured a small amount for both of them. The wine swirled in the glasses, releasing a rich, captivating aroma. Yunshu raised hers and clinked it lightly against his. The sound was crisp and clear. She took a small sip, letting the flavor spread across her tongue deep, mellow, with a faint hint of fruit that lingered. This is good, she said, and took another sip. This one slipped down even smoother, the wine's full character blooming across her palate. Sure, eat something first. Drinking on an empty stomach isn't good for you. Fu Huaishang picked up her favorite dishes and placed them in her bowl. Okay. She set down the glass and started eating. Maybe the wine was just that delicious. For once, Yunshu didn't tear through her meal like she usually did. She stopped at about 70% full, picked up her glass again, and took small sips while they talked. The wine's fragrance filled the air, wrapping the room in a warm, romantic haze. But slowly, Fu Huaishang noticed something shifting. Her usually fair cheeks had flushed pink. Her bright eyes had gone glassy. Fu Huaishang, pour me some more. She looked at the bottle with a playful pout, her voice turning coaxing. He frowned. Sure, you're drunk. No more. Drunk? No way. She waved a dismissive hand through the air. This wine is, like, 10%. How could I be drunk? He sighed and moved the bottle farther out of reach. Wife, listen to me. Really, no more. She didn't seem to hear him. Her eyes stayed fixed on the bottle. Then she braced her hands on the table and wobbled to her feet, reaching for it. Before she could grab it, he reached out to steady her, afraid she'd fall. Instead, she tumbled straight into his arms. Their bodies pressed together, and she landed squarely on his thigh. The sudden move caught him completely off guard. His body went rigid. She didn't even register the position she'd landed in. Drunk and bleary-eyed, she looked up at him, her voice soft and slurred. Husband, just a little, please. The word husband hit him like a live current. His whole body tensed harder. His breathing turned shallow, and when her weight settled exactly where it shouldn't have, his thoughts started spiraling into dangerous territory. Fu Huaishang bit his lip, fighting down the surge of heat. He took a deep breath, forcing himself back under control. Then he pulled out his phone and dialed. Bring the car to the restaurant entrance, he ordered the second it connected. Right then, Yunshu wrapped her arms around his neck and nuzzled against him like a sleepy kitten. Her voice came out drowsy. Husband, don't, call, pour me some wine, just a little. He held back the fire burning inside him and whispered, Wife, be good. We'll drink more later. He never would have guessed that drunk, she'd turn into a clingy little lamb. Every move she made pushed the limits of his control. He had no idea how much longer he could hold out. A knock sounded at the private room door. Li Jun stepped inside. Young Master Fu, the car is waiting at the restaurant entrance. Fu Huaishang scooped Yunshu up. She was still slurring her words and mumbling for more wine and carried her out in long, swift strides. He had already made sure the path from the private room to the exit was screened off. No other diners would see his wife like this. Outside, he settled her into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Li Jun took the wheel. Fu Huaishang pulled her close, steadying her so she wouldn't bump against anything. Honey, where's the wine? Yunshu mumbled, still chasing alcohol through the haze. Mao Lu went to buy more. He'll be right back. Tell him to hurry up, seriously. Annoyance flickered across her face even in her drunken state. That slowpoke deserved a pay cut. Trailing in the car behind them, Mao Lu had no idea he'd nearly lost his salary to the young madam. The wine had fully taken hold. Yunshu's head spun. She stretched out, laid her legs across the seat, and rested her head on Fu Huaishang's thigh. Then she fell asleep. He watched her flushed cheeks, and the possessive heat in his gaze softened completely. His hand brushed over her fair skin smooth as silk, and he couldn't stop touching it. The villa was only 10 minutes from the restaurant. When Li Jun parked, Fu Huaishang carried her inside and up to their room. The moment he laid her on the bed, Yunshu let out a soft murmur. Her arms wrapped around his neck and pulled him down. Her hazy eyes fluttered open. Honey! A tipsy giggle escaped her lips, the word carrying the sweet scent of red wine. Then, without warning, she lifted her head and pressed her lips to his. She had no control, just clumsy, reckless kisses. Even drunk, this was the first time she had initiated. Fire ignited in Fu Huaishang's gaze. His eyes narrowed. He slid one hand behind her head, slipped his tongue into her mouth, and tangled with hers, tasting the wine on her tongue. Just as she began to follow his lead, wanting to deepen the kiss, he pulled back. He had hurt her last night. He knew that. And right now, he barely had a grip on his own control. He drew a deep breath, gently pried her arms from around his neck, and patted her back in a soothing rhythm. Go to sleep, wife. Don't want to sleep, want kisses. Yunshu grumbled unhappily. But before she could say another word, the steady patting lulled her into sleep. He pulled the thin blanket over her, a helpless smile tugging at his lips. He couldn't bear to hurt her. He pressed a kiss to her forehead, then turned and walked into the bathroom. He wasn't a saint. And the woman he loved most was lying right there. But he chose to handle it himself, rather than risk causing her pain. A long while later, Fu Huaishang emerged from the bathroom. He slipped into bed, pulled his already deeply sleeping wife into his arms, and whispered by her ear, "Good night, wife." The next morning, golden sunlight painted the sky. Her internal clock still woke her early. But the moment she moved, a dull ache throbbed in her head. She groaned softly. What's wrong? Sure. Fu Huaishang's eyes flew open at the sound. My head hurts. Yesterday. She pressed her fingers to her temples, trying to piece things together. When the memory of drinking surfaced, she asked in disbelief, I got drunk. He nodded. 3 glasses of red wine. 3 glasses and she got that drunk. Impossible. Back in her original world, even hard liquor couldn't do this to her. Now 3 glasses of wine wiped her memory clean. What was going on? Want to sleep a little longer? He reached over and began massaging her temples, easing the pain. No, I should get up. The longer I sleep, the fuzzier I get. She started to sit up. But before she could move, the man beside her pressed his body over hers. You. She stared up at his handsome face, unsure what to say. Wife, that's not what you called me last night. His dark eyes were heavy-lidded, his voice thick. Fu Huaishang. That was what she usually called him. He shook his head. No. Huishen. She tried again, even though she doubted she'd ever call him that. He shook his head again. Still no. Then what had she called him? She had no idea. His strong arm locked around her waist, pulling her body flesh against his. He leaned down, lips brushing her ear. Last night, you called me honey. Did I really? She didn't believe it herself. Fu Huaishan nodded firmly, then looked at her with hopeful eyes. Wife, say it again. Let me hear it. Her cheeks flushed. Even if she had called him that last night, sober, she couldn't bring herself to say it. But she could feel the unmistakable change in his body pressed against hers. So she whispered, honey. Barely audible. Pleasure surged through him. He leaned in to kiss her sweet lips. But Yunshu twisted sideways, slipping out of his embrace. Fu Huaishan, I'm getting up. You go back to sleep. With that, she disappeared into the bathroom. He watched her go, already missing the drunken lamb from last night. Tomorrow was Monday. After breakfast, the yacht began its return journey. By the time they reached the capital, it was 3 in the afternoon. The Rolls-Royce didn't head straight to the Fu family mansion. Instead, it pulled into the parking lot at Fu Group headquarters. Wife, your husband needs to work a little overtime. Will you keep me company? Ever since she'd called him honey that morning, he couldn't stop using husband and wife. Sure. Yunshu nodded. She had nothing better to do at home anyway. He led her into the private elevator. The doors slid shut with a soft chime. The elevator rose swiftly, passing floor after floor, until it stopped at the top level. The entire top floor belonged to Fu Huaishan's office. The rest of the corporation worked below. The decor reflected his taste, clean lines and understated luxury. The office was enormous, fully equipped with every amenity. A walk-in closet held rows of his suits and shirts. The lounge was comfortable and inviting. The bathroom was top-tier, with marble countertops and sleek fixtures. And the gym held a full set of equipment, so he could keep in shape in his spare time.